And, as it spins, welcome to everyone on YouTube. As I remember to actually hit the buttons over there, because we are live streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, so you can watch on whichever one you prefer. So, I'm so excited to hop into the Seance at Lake Manor, and to talk all sorts and all flavors of Irish weirdness, ghosts, occultism, because there's a lot of it. Yeah. So, I don't have a lot of other stuff to just yap about, so I say we just hop on in, and start seeing what's happening. Oh, that one. Content warning. The Seance at Lake Manor is gothic folk horror, and as such touches on a lot of the human tragedies experienced throughout history. Yada yada, they're trying to be sensitive, but let's acknowledge that it is a weird time. It is a weird time for lots of things, and as such, there may be language that some people will find problematic, because it was the end of the 19th century, and that's just part of the experience. Like, you can't get around it, so you may as well embrace it. So, anyway, we immediately get megaliths, we immediately get weird symbols, we immediately get jack-o'-lanterns made out of turnips. The vibes here are pretty clear. But I'm excited. Oh, Sacerdos, it's
I hope they say that. Yeah, it looks really good, and I really hope they decide the jack-o'-lanterns come out of severed heads, because then I get to be like, they don't. I know the most about this than anybody currently.
You know the most in the world about the severed heads part, at least.
Yeah, or at least the Irish form of it. There's a guy in Wales who does the continental stuff.
Amazing. So we're going to start up a new file, and we're immediately going to game over, and it's going to be very funny. I will game over in the first 30 seconds of gameplay. Just a heads up. I did it on accident the first time, I'm going to do it on purpose the second time.
I write from Blake Manor in Connemara. Yesterday, a guest went missing. A young woman named Evelyn Dean. Everyone here carries on as if nothing has happened. She has not left. Of that I am sure. This envelope contains £200. Please, sir, accept this money and come quick, for I fear she's not long for this world. A further £300 will be paid out if you find her alive. I know the west of Ireland might well be the far side of the world for its distance from you, but there's no one else to turn to. I hear you are an honourable man, a steadfast investigator, and, perhaps most importantly, godly. I pray for the girl that this is true.
It is an outrageous sum. Oh, this is an outrageous sum. I want to be very clear. Someone is throwing a lot of cash around, but Evelyn Dean is very rich. We're gonna find out more about her pretty soon, but she's real rich.
This is not a wealthy part of Ireland.
No.
This is not a wealthy part of Ireland right now. This is not a wealthy part of Ireland back then. So that's a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah. No, we're throwing around a lot of cash here, but just look at her. She is not from this part of Ireland.
No.
She's sitting on a velvet recliner, big family crest, bunch of exotic ferns, that giant ass brooch. That's gotta be gold. So, yippee! Jakista, I would have done it earlier, except I have to work, because, like, I have a job that did not give me Halloween off.
Daughter of the slumlord.
And so, we'll have Sunday, Monday streams. It's close enough. Daughter of the slumlord Rupert Dean.
I wonder if my employer hired me because of my past with her father. Or maybe they don't know of her father Martha's involvement in my brother's death.
Yeah.
I suppose that too will become clear in time.
So here's the game. You can move faster by running, press shift to run. You'll move slower when crouching, press control to crouch. Settings can be altered in the options menu. Hi, what's up? Hello? Is somebody there?
Okay. I know where we're going.
Hello, this dude. So, yeah, we got a ghostly washerwoman. The latest of the hour and the long day of travel must have my nerves on edge. Still, perhaps I will ask. Press 2 to access the records. Records contain a catalog of all of the evidence Ward has gathered during his investigation. Some evidence can be examined or analyzed for further information. You can examine your hiring letter, for instance. There's a lot of characters here, by the way. Just as a by the way. Sincerely, blah blah blah. Dated but fit for purpose. So we're like way up here. There's Connor. And the luggage. And we can run around, but first I wanna intentionally game over here. When interacting with a person or an object, you may have more than one action to choose from. It will also take time to do stuff. It will take, everything in this game takes time, and it keeps track of the time to the minute, and the time matters. My open window with strong vines climbing onto it. I could probably climb up to it should I find the need. Blah blah blah.
What on earth? Sir,
Hi,
this is
Ailey.
a restricted area, and that is a window. I do not know why you went to such lengths to break in here, but that hardly matters now. This event is not open to people lacking in decorum. You may take your bags and leave, sir.
That's very funny.
World's worst detective. I won the fail states of the game. We got an achievement. You were evicted from Blake Manor. As a result of your actions, 0 of the people in the manor survived. There were 45 hours until the seance.
Adam, should I tell them who I am?
Yeah, we should do that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, sorry. Hello, everybody. My name's I'm Emma Taylor. I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Early and Medieval Irish at University College Cork. I am a specialist in early Irish literature. Specifically, my thesis was on heroes and heroism in early Irish literature. And I lecture and teach and I write papers and stuff. And I'm a friend of Adam's now for probably too long.
A bunch of years.
5 years thesis.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
God.
crazy sentence.
But yeah, that's who I am. I realized I passively was like, people know who I am. Then I was like, oh, people probably don't actually.
People don't, especially if you're watching the VOD of this or are on YouTube and have not been watching the channel for a long time. If you are on YouTube though, and remember the Wrath of the Druids VODs from the Assassin's Creed Valhalla playlist, that's where they're from. That I think was their first time on the channel. A bronze statue of a lady. It's not that old. A few years perhaps? A dedication to Mary Blake, the Marquess's wife. Though taken from us too soon, she will live on in our hearts and lives through her kind and charitable deeds. Oh boy. Honestly, Sakura is so true. Oh boy, welcome to... Oh, hey, we got green men. I didn't even notice that we had fake green men in the demo, but we have, like, green men on the corners of the pillars. I should check with the front desk for any information on Miss Dean's whereabouts. Time is of the essence if you are to solve the mystery of Blake Manor. Time advances when Ward interacts with objects and characters. You have until midnight tonight to resolve the mystery of Miss Dean's departure. You will be free to further explore the manor in the coming days. Do we have a bingo for tonight? We do not have a bingo for tonight. We are just going to enjoy the good vibes and watch me mismanage my time horribly by wanting to look at the jack-o'-lanterns. Turnips with carved faces and glowing embers placed inside. Horrifying things. There's nobody around. I could ring the reception bell or spend a moment taking in the place first. You have unlocked a mystery. You should investigate it. I've arrived at the manor to confirm if Miss Dean was here, and if no longer present, was the manner of her leaving cause for concern. Each mystery contains evidence and leads. Evidence provides information for your investigation, leads provide guidance and avenues of investigation. Selecting a connection reveals context for why two nodes are connected. So we have a potential connection, the letter, and of course the objective of checking it. We can also look at all sorts of stuff. Newspapers. All that remains are positive stories. Oh no. An entertainment schedule. A listing of all guest activities planned for this event. We can analyze people, documents, and certain items, move the magnifying glass, in order to hunt for observations. And this dude, thank you for the gift sub to Ailey. That's very kind of you. So, Monday the 25th, we have a welcome luncheon. On the 26th, we have afternoon tea and law games, and at 8 p.m. everyone's playing bridge. On the 27th, 1 to 5, we have horse riding, with parlor games available. 2 p.m. archery or cricket, and a divination with Mrs. Mantovani. On the 29th, 11 a.m. carriage tour of the land. On the 30th at 9 p.m. we have a masked ball. And Sacerdos as well. This dude, that's very generous of you. There's a masked ball tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. in the ballroom. And then on the 31st, we have a silent dinner at 8 p.m. and the grand seance in the hedge maze at 9 p.m. on the 31st. Talks held daily in the drawing room located in the west corridor. Information on talks to be posted outside the room each morning. We should probably look at what that event is, huh? The Grand Seance. A gathering of intellects interested in esoteric matters regardless of sex, color, or creed. Join renowned mystic Carmela Mantovani as she leads us in the most advanced crossing of the veil as yet witnessed by mortal man. No wobbling tables, distant moans, or questionable planchettes here. See the spirit for yourself, and better yet, speak with it directly. What's going on here? Some attempt to talk with a ghost? That cannot be possible. I've heard of seances before, but always the spirit speaks through a medium, a person, or object. Surely all fraudulent and spiritually dubious. What on earth was Evelyn Dean doing here? Her father did not strike me as a spiritual man, nor one who would allow his child to stray so far from his sight that she could end up here of all places. Who was this woman? I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure there's nothing weird of note there.
Yes?
Hello, I'm Declan Ward. I telegrammed ahead.
I see. We did not receive your message, Mr. Ward. Our telegraph machine is broken.
Thanks.
Regardless, I am Vincent Varley, the manager here. We are quite full at present, but we can fit you in. I'll send words that her room should be prepared, and I'll show you to it as soon as is possible. It shall be no later than midnight. But first, we require our guests to sign in, if you would.
Uh-huh. I'd be happy to. Hey, look. Evelyn Dean. Miss Dean signed the registration book a few days ago. There's a lot of names here, all signed within the last week. More than I thought that there'd be. Including myself and Miss Dean, there are 17 others currently staying in the hotel. A record of who arrived and departed and when. I noticed Miss Dean did not sign out. Only one guest has signed in with an X, meaning this gathering has unusually high literacy rates. Person X under Father Lorcan Synod signed in after Miss Dean reportedly went missing.
I see you are busy for somewhere so remote, though it seems quiet around here.
Ailey, I think it's made up, but I don't know that for
The
sure.
Seance has brought a great many visitors, it's true. Most have retired early.
No,
Be ready
don't
for the
worry.
weekend ahead.
Space Nerd, if you think the priest attending the seance is the weirdest thing here, don't worry, I've got you covered.
Ah, yes, the, Seance. I noticed the Miss Dean's name signing in. Does that happen to be Evelyn Dean?
It is. Rather, it was.
Oh boy,
I'm
oh
afraid
boy.
she's not staying with us any longer. Were you hoping to meet her?
I was. She's, left already?
She has, yes.
I'd invite a priest to a seance just in case. Yeah.
Can I help with anything else?
You can engage in conversation with characters by discussing evidence from your records. Certain responses will reveal new information exposing more about the characters and their mysteries. Discussing topics will consume time. Select Discuss Evidence to ask Mr. Varley about Miss Dean. Navigate to the People category to ask about Miss Dean. Evidence. People. Items. Documents. Observation. Everything. I'm sorry, but did you say Miss Dean departed already? Yes, Tuesday night. Perhaps Wednesday morning. Her letter said she had to leave on short notice. Letter? No. In truth, she took her luggage and left in the middle of the night. In the morning, we found only a letter and her payment at the front desk. Would that be usual for her? No, I could not say, sir. This is the first time she stayed here.
Check out his eyes. His surname means something like "son of the sharp-eyed man."
Oh, that's fun. Cracking glasses. They must be difficult to see through. The damage must be recent, or surely he'd have had them fixed. There's a certain irony. If they're being conscious
Yeah.
on that, calling him sharp-eyed when he's literally broken his glasses.
I feel like it's almost certainly intentional because this is a surname particularly found in this part of Connacht.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Unhappy. He looks profoundly displeased. Is it with me or something else? And hand on pocket watch. He keeps checking his pocket watch. He's either pressed for time, ruled by routine, or both. I would love to ask, did you happen to drop your glasses? It is nothing, sir. They are serviceable. I'll have them replaced after the event. Oh yeah, washerwoman. You will think me quite mad, Mr. Varley, but I saw a woman washing something in the fountain. I can assure you that our facility has a full laundry. Nothing is washed in the fountain. Perhaps you saw... I'm not even going to try. Evan, help me out here.
Bionich. Not sure what that Latin word means. The first word is the word for woman. My medieval Irish.
I assume it's washerwoman.
Potentially.
Right. Also, am I correct in guessing then that the band there is the same route as in Banshee?
Yeah, actually, this apparently is just a really odd form of writing Banshee,
Oh, okay.
uh,
Fair enough.
which seems to be more a Scottish variant, which is weird.
Huh. Well, unfortunately for whoever's clothes were being washed. Well, someone's dead, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Are you very busy, sir? I notice you're holding your pocket watch there. These events do not run themselves. Its and the Manor's success depend on tight scheduling. Hello, Critmer. How are you doing? Grand Seance. Oh, the washer at the Ford? This is ringing a bell, too. Yeah. No. Oh. You want to elaborate on
Yeah,
that?
it's the Morrigan in Tumbalcoolina, and a few other texts, but it's unclear if it's an old image or if it's to them riffing on classical sources.
Sure. Looks like you've gone to some trouble with this event. Their seance is the first of its kind. It seemed prudent to put some expense into the event. What makes this seance distinct from any other? Well, I simply run the hotel and would not be the best source for an in-depth explanation. But I will try my best. A typical seance allows only limited communication with a ghost. Limited in that a medium is needed, a host, a device, etc. It's believed that at the right time of year, with the right collection of people gathered, a more direct form of communication could be achieved. And so those people have been gathered here at Samhain, where and when the veil is thinnest, to see if that is true. As I say, that is the belief. Whether you believe it, Master Ward, is up to you. And, Blake Manor. What can you tell me about the manor? Well, it was built in the mid-1600s on land awarded to Edward Blake for his part in the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland. It has since been passed down through the generations of the Blake family. It has survived any number of tragedies. Marquess Jonathan Blake is the latest in line to hold the title, with him and his son, young Master Walter, being the last two members of the line. It was the Marquess's initiative to open the manor as a hotel in 1870 to pull the place through the difficult post-famine years. Yeah, cursed.
Yeah, it's
Effing Cromwell.
real bad.
Based, fuck Cromwell. And yeah, this is peak English. So basically we're looking at, English noblemen awarded a large amount of land, in the west of Ireland, who, came out relatively okay, through the famine, as far as anyone came out okay through the famine, and turned it into a hotel in order to generate a tourist industry.
I
on
will say
exploited land.
something that's I don't know how much I'm still trying to figure out how much thought they're putting into some of this. This is going at this time. This is going to be one of the parts of Ireland that is still really heavily Irish speaking. And there very recently was a massive protest in Dublin about the Gaeltacht, the Irish speaking parts of Ireland, being under service, and how they're primarily being taken over by tourist companies and people.
Oh, yikes.
Essentially being like, want to come and mostly marketed to Americans and people in Britain, being like, do you want to come and look at the authentic, inverted comma, authentic culture and that kind of thing. But it means there's no place for young people who've grown up in the Gaeltacht to stay because all the homes have been bought for Airbnbs.
Airbnbs, yep.
Which,
Airbnbs
so
suck so much.
If this is intentional, that we have seen nobody and heard nobody speaking Irish yet, and this is a British hotel from seized land from during an ethnocide being brought over by Cromwell, this is all very clever and very timely. But we'll see if it's intentional or not.
I think it is when we see who the guests are. Right, they're going to make a point of this. I'll spoil it because it's about 10 minutes in the future here. They make a point that there is only one person who cannot read or write English in this hotel. That person is a druid.
Oh, that's even more interesting that they
Oh
decided. Okay,
yeah.
yeah, sure.
No,
all right.
no, we're going.
All right.
There are layers to this, but there's a lot of people from all over the place, and apart from the druid, none of them are Irish. And I guess Declan. Declan's Irish, but he's a Dubliner, so like, does that count?
Mm.
For this part of Ireland, I'm
no
not
comment.
in this period. I'm not persuaded they would think a Dubliner counts.
Yeah, no comment. I'm gonna send this on to my friend Stefan and some of because his partner works at the folklore archive because I
Right.
think they will be very interested in this too. But yeah.
Yep. There is one other. I don't remember who the one other is because there's a Frenchman. There's a couple of Americans. There's, I guess, the priest. The priest is Irish.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a diaspora, Irish American.
Ooh, okay. All those are all right. That sounds very intentional. All right.
Yeah, yeah. No, there's a lot of on purpose here. Brazilian? Whatever. We'll get into full introduction to the cast here after we solve this mystery. So we'll take a look at everyone when we take a look at everyone. That's all I can say, though I suspect there's more information in the library should you care for more. Should I care for more? Do you know who I am? Vincent. Vincent, you know that I will spend all of the time. I will fully, like, lose this investigation because I am worried about, learning about the manor. You mentioned the telegraph machine is down? It is. Likely the storm shorted the battery. Terrible timing. I tried to wire up the replacement, but have had no luck. I'll have the groundsman look in the morning. Cool. Is there anything else we want to talk about? We've got, like, 5 more things we could talk about here. Damn it. You want to talk about any of these?
See. I think the cracks in the glass. We talked about that. Hand of the Pocket Watch is just going to be. I have a bunch of events tonight, and I'm trying to keep.
The eyeball means we talked about it already.
Oh, we did talk about it already. I got it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're all good. If we could specifically ask, hey, what the hell's your coat of arms? Because somebody mentioned that in the chat earlier, and I've been thinking about it, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's doing something, but I can't figure out what it is yet.
Fair enough.
I need nothing else.
We will take a look. We will take a look.
Then please wait here. The staff will prepare your room, and I'll be back to show you to it shortly. Now, if you will excuse me, with the telegraph machine broken, I have delivery orders to write for the morning. If you need me again, you know how to summon me.
Yippee! So Miss Dean was here but left. Her day of departure does line up with the letter I received. Would be good to see the letter she left behind. Seems my cutoff for investigating is midnight. I should get a move on. So, we can do this, and it lights up everything. Everything that is relevant. The atrium, the cloakroom, a painting. It's a lovely painting. Yoink.
There's 2 different images of elk and one of the giant megalithic elk, not megalithic, that would be rocks. The ancient Irish elk up on the wall, which is interesting.
This one? Giant elk skull.
Yeah.
Examine it. Hey, look at that. This elk skull must be dated 10,000 years or more. Point taken. Versus a regular deer. I don't think I need to care about the regular skulls besides, wow, this place is creepy. Books. An assortment of trashy romance novels. A newspaper. A paper from 3 years ago. The main story is the carriage accident that resulted in the death of the Marquess's wife. Discs. What on earth could these be for? Could be they're important. Maybe there's a clue to their use somewhere around here. Let's go into the cloakroom. I can listen. Blasted cold, Mr. Hunter had best get on with fixing that window soon. A salt bowl. A box of salt used to absorb moisture from the coats and boots kept here. A nice little detail. Right? You wouldn't think about... I don't know how many people would actually necessarily think about that. As like, hey, without... You know, even though we've got heating, it's hypocaustic. And so if you don't want this to get real miserable real fast, you need something to absorb some of that stuff. And this dude, you are on a roll with the gift sub to Arcanist. A St. Bridget's cross. One of the staff putting these up around the manor?
That would be entirely boring and mundane. Like, in Ireland, it's like you walk into a building, it's like, ah, cross, yeah. Like,
yeah. A lovely perfumed coat. There's a note in the pocket. Miss Dean, I would like to speak with you. Perhaps Saturday at the bar at 5 p.m.? The note is addressed to Miss Dean, which makes me wonder if this is her coat. Then she's supposed to have left. Nothing in the pockets. Aww. I believe there's books in here, aren't there? Yeah. Book. A book of poetry. If I want to determine whether anything suspicious happened to Miss Dean before I retire for the night, then I am running out of time. Fine. Telegraph room. She left without grabbing her coat? That's very sus indeed, right? There's a faint smell of burnt paper in the air here. Lots of stuff.
I wonder if how... I bet there's something in the fireplace, but I wonder if how quickly you get to this room and check determines how much of it's left.
There's nothing I can see from here that'll be causing the burnt smell in the room. You got baited.
Oh, are there 3 ravens in photos? Oh, there's 1, 2. Where's the third one? There's gonna be a third one.
There's not a third one. We got flowers, we got more flowers, we got more flowers. Little of interest to me there. Seeing somebody was trying to follow these instructions, but what's the required output voltage? The hotel's primary means of communication with the outside world. Apparently the battery is dead. Requires 6 volts. Burnt out discs are where the smell in the room is coming from. I'll remove them in case there is any risk of fire. Alright, let's give this a try. Can use the new discs to replace the old ones. Just need the right discs in the right order. So we do that, and we do that, and we do that, and that's 1 volt, and we do that, and we do that, that's 2. Amazingly, this actually does, like, work as a battery. Like, that is how that batteries fundamentally work. It's simplified, but, you know. That's just how you actually do it. Battery seems to be working and the telegraph machine now has a hum to it. Now I should tell the manager. It's again one of those really nice details. That they're really putting a lot of work into. How does this work? Ooh. Wow. Degeneration by Max Nordau, and Tatung by Max Nordau, and return to English Translation Dictionary. For a quick look, the 2 books are the same. Maybe somebody was practicing their German, or wanted to see if the 2 versions differed at all. Well, there's a question and a half.
I'm worried about what those books are about. I feel like I know.
Guess what? They're real books.
Yep.
And being real books, we have the power.
I assume it's race theory stuff, so I'm looking for Sacerdos to... Ah, yeah, good, excellent, great.
We have the power. 2-volume work of social criticism by Max Nordau. He attacks what he believed to be degenerate arts and constantly affects a range of social phenomena on the period, such as urbanization and its effects on the human body.
Ooh. So it's race theory plus weird romanticist stuff.
Uh-huh.
That's...
Yeah. So, degenerate art is a form of social contagion that spreads immoral or degenerate ideas, and as a symptom of the perceived degeneracy, a concept which would be eagerly seized by the Nazi Party in the Degenerate Art Exhibition in Munich 1937, which is a very, very famous, thing where they displayed all the stuff they thought were bad and used that as justification to then light it on fire. Yeah, so this is fully, anti-modernist, anti-intellectual race science.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Especially if we have a druid going around, because there's a lot of similar stuff going on with like the pseudo-druidic orders that have formed in this period.
That'll be neat. With the note, though, of course, that it speaks to a lot of people in here in very bad ways. That's on the table. Is there anything interesting in here? No, come on. Ink and envelopes, ink and envelopes, ink and envelopes, stack of paper. Nope. We're gonna try and be actually... You saw an exhibit on the subject of that exhibit last year? That'll be fun. Also, think of the way the English intensely negatively racialized the Irish, though. Oh, definitely. This gets complicated fast. Because some of the race scientists believed that... oh, I can't remember who it is because I don't give a shit about remembering bad people's names. But there's one guy who tries to subdivide European, white people into the Alpine, the Nordic, the Alpine, and the Mediterranean, from order of most to least moral. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Nothing moved in the corner of the screen. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, he listed the Irish as Mediterranean. And if you're like, correct. It looked like a reddish ghost or something. Yeah, nothing. You saw nothing. What? Yeah, don't worry about it. Let me actually find it.
Oh, yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I think you guys are probably correct. Well... Did they realize at that point? Did they revoke Valor? Was it still, like, active? Oh, the obedience heating.
Is it Madison Grant? I think it's Madison Grant. Oh, no. William Z. Ripley, is the first guy to propose this. Madison Grant then picks it up, along with several other people.
There's a few attempts to try and connect the Irish with people from the Levant at various points. Essentially a combination of the Irish trying to frantically connect themselves to classical tradition and biblical tradition, because they feel left out. But also, like, this is where you get, like, people trying to pontificate about where did the Druids come from, and some of them start going, oh, it's all stuff coming out of the Levant, and this is why they're secretly the true keepers of the Old Testament and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, I really enjoyed this chart. European racial types according to William Z. Ripley. Teutonic, which is the original European man, or Nordic. Alpine, which is Celtic, but only, like, Occidental, because Mediterranean is Ibero-insular. And therefore the Irish count as Mediterranean.
And the Welsh. That's...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be access to the Book of Invade, like the idea that the Irish or the people settled the British Isles coming from Iberia.
Yeah. Race science, not even once. It's bad.
Mr. Ward.
It's quite bad. Discuss evidence. St. Bridget's Cross. What's up with that? There are some beautiful St. Bridget's Cross about the place. Yes, Mrs. Joyce has kindly been putting them up for us. Great. That's helpful to know. Anyway, I fixed the
Your
thing.
telegraph machine seems to be functional.
No, this dude. I don't believe it's related to that Ripley.
Is that so? Mr. Hunter must have slipped in unnoticed and fixed it. Then you'll have to excuse me. I have messages to send ahead of tomorrow. I will be in the You shouldn't be waiting much longer for your room, I assure you.
Yeah. Ready by midnight, I understand. Should ask quickly, I don't know how long he'll stay in there. Character locations, points of interest, and rooms can be viewed on the map. Press 4 to access. This is the map. The yellow arrow indicates where Ward is. You can also see where other characters are. Characters will change position every hour, so be sure to keep an eye on the map. New areas will be added as the manor is explored. So we have 20 minutes before our room is ready. We've got lots of things. Outdoor jacket, nothing in the pockets. A hat box. With nothing in it. Today's newspaper, there's a brief article on the gathering of strange guests in this manor. Has an unwelcoming tone. The Western Tribune. Entertainment schedule, we already have seen. Yep, we've already seen. Luckily, it doesn't punish us if we look at something we have already seen. Which is very kind of it. Bugs. Who keeps a row of bugs above their desk? Like, what the heck? A list of the staff's rota for the next few days. I've recorded their movements in my timetable in case it proves useful. Room rack. Listing of who is in each room. Miss Dean's name is not here, but there are only 4 unoccupied rooms. Rooms 2, 7, 15, and 21. One of these must have housed her. There's also... I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's suspicious.
Declan. Someone is deeply unwell with this decor. Various letters from the guests making requests of the hotel for the duration of their stay. Miss Varley's mid-draft orders. He's requesting payments hold off until after this event is over. Record of who's in which room. Useful information to have. There's something under it.
Yeah.
That? Or was there something else?
No, that was exactly it. I was about to be like, can you interact with that thing beneath it, the model? I was wondering if it was like a just structured like a thing with a stack of things rather than...
Blessedly, no. Also, is there anything useful in here because we have a little bit of time? A complaint letter. Letter complaining about the housekeeper and her overfamiliarity and curiosity. Okay, but from whom? I'd love to see who it's a... Oh, Darcy. Your housekeeper, Mrs. Joyce, is rather too interested in the guest's affairs. If you would be so kind as to caution her on her behavior, it would be greatly appreciated. If you're to take part in the seance, not to be cross-examined. Well, bad news. These letters, gramophone records for the room. And, I think, yes, this is Miss Dean's departure letter. On his desk? Strange, he must have been examining it when I arrived. It's signed. Oh, and does this match her signature in the sign-in book? Okay, does Vincent Varley look like an ecologist or an entomologist, Embermoto? Does that man with his broken glasses look to you like an ecologist? And doesn't Ozzy sometimes the bugs on the wall aren't dead? That's when you have to worry. Point taken. Worst thing I have here are wolf spiders and centipedes. So, are there differences between these signatures? There's The why is such an obvious problem. The signatures are close, but they don't match. Somebody else wrote this letter of hers, but who? And why? You've gathered enough evidence to craft a hypothesis. Evidence provides keywords for each hypothesis. Press 1 to access this. So this is the bulk of the game. And Near Twice, thank you so much for the follow just now. I appreciate that. Conspiracy Board, the game. Look, I love me a good conspiracy board game. You know I do. Right? And it was one of my complaints with, oh gosh, what was it? The French one. That we played a while ago. Right, that was, like, I wanted it to be really good, but it didn't provide nearly enough guidance. This is a really good amount of guidance. Right, because we have verified true connections. Still in a foul mood, but now, at least now he's out of his office. Yay! We've done all of these. There's our main mystery. No, not Expedition 33. Heck. Now I have to look it up. Because it's going to bug me if I don't find it. Yeah, it's set in the 70s. Why can I not remember it? And my god, I've bought a lot of games. Did you know that streaming makes you accumulate a lot of games in your Steam library? Like, holy crap. No, it was like 2 years ago that we played it. Chronique de Silencio. That's the one. Okay. But who wrote it? To whom it may concern, such circumstances have come about that I can no longer stay. And so I have vacated my room and exited the hotel. You will have found funds with this letter. I'm sure they are sufficient to settle my debts. Anything left may be given to the staff. I hope the rest of the event goes well and look forward to hearing the seance's outcomes. Evelyn Dean. So, think. Make a hypothesis. Miss Dean's departure letter is forged. What if I got it?
So Miss Dean didn't leave the hotel. And somebody wants us to think that she did. But who? Can I learn anything about the culprit? Yes, this is true. But it seems likely that all the staff and guests would. I'm unlikely to find the culprit based off this.
I
can't rule that out. I have many close friends whose signatures I wouldn't know at all, much less be able to replicate them with any accuracy. Nothing suggests a relationship or lack thereof. They could just as easily have seen her signature in...
Alright, they can write.
Of course. Educating the people over here isn't exactly the Crown's highest priority. As a result, literacy rates are low enough in the west of Ireland. The fact that this letter was written at all is a useful clue to the identity of the culprit behind whatever has befallen Miss Dean.
Mystery solved. She did not leave the manor, though somebody wants people to think that she did. Completing the hypothesis is critical to advancing the mysteries and finding Miss Dean, as each successful hypothesis will reveal facts about the culprit. Information you know about the culprit will appear on the panel to the left. Use it as the story unfolds to eliminate suspects on this screen. for now, it's time to get some rest.
This is mechanically very clever. I like this kind of design.
Mr. Ward? Mr. Ward, your room is ready. Heck. So we could walk out here, but we have reason to believe that he is in the lobby and would see us leaving his office. So remember that window that we game overed in? We can ungame over ourselves by leaving. It's mechanically really slick. I actually really, really like it.
Mr. Ward, your room is ready.
He's so suspicious and such eyebrows.
The porter shall meet us there.
They both look like vampires. They do both look like vampires. I think that's kind of sort of on purpose. The drawing room. Edward Blake, the first Marquess of Doan. Dune? And the portrait. Jonathan Blake, the owner of this estate, painted here with his young son Walter and late wife Mary. Ooh. A nice shield. An intricate display, though it lacks the Blake family coat of arms. I refuse to call it a crest. It doesn't have... Yeah. Oh. Chad, I see what you were talking about now. I apologize for misleading you. Where did she go? Was that a ghost? Get a grip, Declan. You're tired, and this place is getting to you. What's up? Mystery? Why is he so unhappy to see me? A good question.
If you head up the stairs.
Okay, I'm going. Hey! Hey, don't, you can't just have a random Egyptian archaeological material hanging out here in your portrait. A portrait of a woman with dark hair. She's holding an ornate face that looks to be Egyptian? That's curious. The lady reads Lady Wilhelmina Blake.
This room's yours, sir. Number 4.
I mean, British nobility in the late 1800s. Oh, it 100% tracks. We are in peak Egyptomania, and it's only going to get worse for the next, like, you know. How long has it been? 130 years, almost? We're already at peak, and it's only going to get more peak from here. My bedroom. Analyze. His eyes are red, as if something is irritating them. A Celtic cross, though it seems somehow different to many I've seen. I don't know. I don't know why it's different.
The holes in the corners are kind of odd, but like...
Not, like, that odd.
No, it's not strange, you know. It's not equidistant, which is the bad one.
True. He seems to be suffering from some kind of tremor. Have hieroglyphs been deciphered? Yeah. What? Champollion is, what, 1790s? Let you get started on, like, so hieroglyphs are translatable by, like, the 1830s, 1840s. So... We, like, super definitely well known. Because a lot of the push for it is out of Napoleon's conquest of Egypt. So. The circle's not that weird either, though. That's the thing. Well. Ooh, a book. A guide to local flora and fauna, though the locale in question seems to be in the north of England. Well, it looks like we've got 2 minutes before we can go to bed, so what things do we want to click on?
Are you able to look behind that, the thing in the corner? The, changing,
Screen?
sheet? Not sheet. Screen? Alright, never mind. I was immediately just like, there'll be something behind that. Played video
It's
games
a good
before.
thought. It's a good thought. Fireplace. I doubt I'll sleep well knowing that this damned thing is lit. Bro. Just because you live in Dublin with your fancy gas stoves being piped in to heat everything doesn't mean that everyone has such luxury. At least this is a nice fireplace. What's the thingy next to it? You can put coals in it. And then you can stick it at the foot of the bed in order to keep your toesies warm. It's important. And set the bed on fire. Don't worry about that. Don't, fully don't worry about the incidence of fire rates due to the use of bed warmers. Completely, unproblematic. Didn't happen. Don't worry about it. And antlers. Wait, what are these antlers of?
It's like an ibex?
It looks like an ibex.
Not European.
What's an ibex doing in Ireland? Okay, I'm
English
gonna
colonial
overrule you
reach.
to see if if Declan Ward knows his natural history. I'm unsure what these... Man doesn't know his, ecology. Tragic. So sad. Rich people think. Rich people think. Anyway, it's midnight. So I suppose I should go to bed. Can't see anything of note in here. My luggage, I won't unpack it in case if I find myself needing a hasty retreat. Well, they didn't make us go to bed yet, so... A gramophone! A fine gramophone, not the kind of thing I was expecting to find in my room. Stranger still, it does not come with any recordings. Well, I'm sure that's going to be relevant later. Now we're up past our bedtime. Exciting. The drama. An empty landscape. There's not that much else to paint around here, I suppose. Stag in a wintry landscape, a skill piece, if somewhat uninspired. Small house by a mountain. Wonder if this is nearby. Can we check under the bed? No, but I can look under the rug. More luxurious than I'm used to. I think that's it. I think we've looked at everything there is to look at. Freshly dressed with good quality sheets. I should rest. And it's going to be a nice, normal night with nothing spooky happening. As I said,
Was that
nice,
above the bed?
normal...
Great.
Cool. 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 Yep. Say, doesn't that look suspiciously like the Blake family coat of arms?
Yeah, it does.
Say, that's not okay. And yeah, we got gothic angels with Memento Mori at their feet. And the big, tall, fake gothic windows. Well, that's not good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Hmm.
There was You saw the eyes through the doorway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chad, you saw the shadowy figure with glowing green eyes, right? Hmm. I'm going to walk this way. I'm going to do this. I should have done that, apparently. What the heck?
Oh, is me an Ohm stone? Shit, I probably should actually have that pulled up.
We should, well, at least see you. Well, we got a spooky, gnarled, look like an oak tree of some flavor, and a unmarked megalith. And then this. And then this. With its
Yeah, kind of pseudo Celtic.
Triskelions.
Yeah.
Emphasis on pseudo. And then we get that symbol. Hmm.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ark. The place where you do that spiral design is most prominent in Ireland is in front of Bruna Boyne, and we're far as hell from that.
Yeah, but Bruna Point is ancient and therefore spooky and pagan.
Yes, which is very true. That is, admittedly, that's also what medieval Ireland thought.
Exactly. It's not inaccurate, technically. You just have, because people in the past definitely believed that.
Yeah.
Also, Ailey, thank you for the deep cut. I haven't thought about Code Lyoko in actually 20 years.
Oh, my head. I don't
Oh,
feel
we have
rested at
names
all.
for everything.
What was that dream? So
I should be writing these down, looking them up.
I'll pull up the evidence.
despite my tiredness,
Thank
I've
you. Oh.
woken with a new eagerness
Where's
to
my
attend
notepad?
this evening's seance. Given I only learned about the event last night, I find that odd.
He's genre savvy, chat.
What on earth was that?
Good question. Instead of worrying about that, we'll focus on this.
D-I father, G-H-L-A-S-A father I-L, D-U-I-S-I-G-H. Alright, I will look those up.
Amazing. A squaw. Sigil that unlocks doors that have been magically sealed. A strange sigil I saw in my dream that woke me on using it. Also hauntings.
Ooh. That first one's a word for ruination. In Irish.
There are 24 characters in this game.
Oof.
That's a lot. That's a lot of characters. Was that Fox?
Yeah, that was there yesterday.
Yeah. Anyway, what happened? Day 2, Saturday. 8 a.m. Atrium. Well, 8:01 because I looked at the thing. Don't worry about that. Who's ready for a lot of character introductions? Also a dead bird.
How fast must it have been going to break through like that, Mr. Hunter?
Hard to say, Mr. Sham. Some of the wood up there needs replacing, so all they had to do was hit the wrong part.
The stable master and groundsman, Mr. Derek Hunter. Given the attire, he is most likely Father Lorcan Synod.
Same style across.
Same style across. Also, this man looks like he's like 300 years old and showing every day of it. Those whispering women, only one matching pair signed at the same time. A Mrs. Victoria Lau and a Miss Ivy McLeod.
What is happening here, Mrs. Joyce? Myself and the Marquess were in a meeting with Miss Mantovani.
The Marquess, by the way, looks like Edgar Allan Poe after he went on his bender and died. Oh, now, ruination, unlock or make available, and a verbal noun of awake. You know that, hey, so at least they're naming things so that they actually do the thing that they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
the
which is
symbology
pretty good.
is made up, but the names do the thing that they're supposed to do.
A verbal noun is when you take a verb and turn it into a noun. So like,
Yeah, if you know Latin, it's a gerund, is the name for it in that.
running, jumping, killing.
Caitlin Joyce.
Oh, sirs, it were a crow. The poor thing was dead on impact. But don't you worry, we'll get this cleaned up in no time.
Caitlin Joyce, the housekeeper.
Sorry, Marquess.
Miss Murphy.
I
Sir
was just
Murphy.
coming to get you for young Master Walter. He won't eat alone. The food will go cold for long.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, we've got our 17 guests. The Porter, Vincent, Joyce, Saoirse, the Marquess, Walter, and Derek Hunter. So, like 17 guests, 7 staff? And I wonder if Miss Mantovani, it doesn't count.
Well, then I shouldn't keep Walter waiting any longer. Come, I shall leave the rest of you to it, and trust everyone to have a good day.
God, he's so English. The Marquess of Dawn, Jonathan Blake. Would the boy in that painting be the master of the house, Walter? The commotion seems to be drawing a crowd. Is this everyone then? Everyone except Miss Dean, of course. Or perhaps Evelyn would be one of them.
What's all this about a dead crow? Would that be a bad omen for anyone traveling today, yes?
Please, Mr. Coventry.
Fuck me. Those are very
Old
different.
Finn's being here is bad enough omen.
Alright, so we got a Simon Coventry.
Wait. Some decorum, please.
And then our Rory and Fiv Callaghan.
She said far worse about me, and it all true. Aye, it's a bad
Well, all right. Well, Jesus Christ. All right.
no doubt about that.
Yeah,
What's
sorry.
going on here?
Did I not warn you about how capital druid this druid was? You know?
So he's presenting himself as the descendant. So O is descendant, Ui in medieval Irish, descendant of Finn. Yeah, I will say this Marquis of Dawn is really, or of Dune is really far away from where he's supposed to be. Like that's somewhere down in Limerick, which is down
Oh,
in
that's
Munster.
funny. That's very funny.
Yeah.
What's he doing up here?
I feel like a lot of this is intentional, which is worrying me. Like the
Yeah.
distinction between the guests and the owners and the locals and whatever this guy's doing.
Whatever this guy's doing, it's very fun. This isn't very far from how revivalist druids chose to depict themselves. Exactly. No, this is this. There's a lot to talk about with him. But like, I mean, this. I saw this guy, and I immediately reached out to you.
Yeah, this is where you were like, when did all the druid stuff start happening? So I literally today was rereading Blood and Mistletoe from Hutton. The belt's the one weird thing.
For anyone
And
who
also
did
the
not
antlers.
catch
You don't
that,
get antlers that early on.
that's the book. If you're curious
Oh, yeah,
about
sorry, yeah.
druids, that's the book.
If you want to know anything about druids, so in Britain and then going up into the modern period, you want to read this. There's no equivalent done for Ireland, but it's fine. If you want to know stuff about Ireland, just kind of read the scholarship of John Carey.
You should
yeah.
you should write the equivalent for Ireland. You'd make big bucks.
No, John was my PhD supervisor. There are so many books I'm not writing. I'm not writing the Masculinities book. I'm desperately trying to off that on somebody else.
True.
I just want to write a book on heroes, and I want to stop having stuff being thrown into my plate instead.
You're here for the spooks, Kieran. I've got great news for you.
A bad omen. And it didn't
my God,
show
a
up
different
in
kind
your
of cut
cards,
across.
Mrs. Erickson. Oh my.
Show some respect. Mr. Dupre, can't you keep your woman in line? Or is your dynamic the other way around?
Yikes.
Mrs. Darcy is not my woman, Mr. Scarrett, nor am I her man. We are people and belong only to ourselves.
I hate to say it, they might be based.
Have they pronounced his name yet? Out of curiosity, sorry.
Who?
Shoid. I was actually wondering if they're going to pronounce
Lloyd.
it like with the right LL or not.
He's American, so I'm pretty sure they're just gonna say Lloyd.
Right.
That's a lot of jewelry. That is a lot of jewelry.
Actually, the cards are more of a tool, a guide. They reflect.
No, she's an American, presumably Swedish American, appropriating Romani aesthetics in order to do some charlatan occultism tarot stuff.
Is there a need to prove yourself, Mrs. Erickson? Huh?
I think we can get a yikes for that. Yeah. Yeah. A French accent. He is likely Etienne Toussaint then. And Cathal Mera. And of the remaining women, the lady on the right looks more like a Barbosa and the other a Quinn. Quarantine Quinn and Inish Barbosa. So if you wanted a Spaniard, I got you covered. Or I guess she could be Brazilian. Right.
That's an interesting cloak.
Spanish or Latin American.
She has Ines has a little like medieval brooch.
Oh yeah, she does have a pin brooch. Delightful. Barbosa's Portuguese name, so she must be the so then given that Sonia, you said one of the characters is Brazilian, that must be her. And a hydrate. Thank you for making us take care of ourselves. Emma, what are you drinking today?
I've actually already finished my tea, so I might. I'll go after we see all these people introduced. I might run off and grab myself a drink.
Fantastic. I have also tea. I have a pu'er right now.
Ooh, nice.
There's like 18 more characters to do. Speaking of late arrivals, who's our
exciting.
newest guest? Actually, that might be most of them. Hey, sup? I have a lot of color on my collar. This might be a good time to mention that breakfast will be ready at 9 a.m. in case anyone wants to return to their rooms and freshen up. Saved by the bellboy.
If they are doing Morgana stuff with all these ravens, or the fact that it's not a raven is interesting because it's distinctly a raven, and it's specifically so the fact that they're using crows, I wonder if that's a mistake or intentional.
Well, I'm sure it's one of those. I have no idea which one, but right, this is a game that's I've had trouble figuring out what's. There's so much that is intentional, but also so much that is not quite able to be pinpointed.
And I feel like they are because we're dealing with the seance and what seems to be some fakery, but also some real stuff afoot. It looks like there's it will be hard to distinguish what's intentionally correct and what's intentionally wrong.
True.
Unless it's flagged, which is always a challenge when you're kind of analyzing stuff like this.
And they do make a distinction between folklore and myth in this. But yeah, right? But there's like 4 different layers of which that is. Of what are they distinguishing as folk traditions, superstitions, mythological references, and inventions for the game, or intentionally having characters say things that the game does not think is true about any of those things. With an extra layer of, invented symbology for the purpose of game mechanics and visual style, and charlatanry. Turns out, doing occultism in games gets super complicated super fast, and that is, good. I enjoy doing that very much. You've just decided you'll judge how French the Frenchman is, as it is your prerogative? Absolutely. Absolutely. One of these people must be behind Miss Dean's disappearance, but who are they all? They're all here for the seance, and some of them know one another, clearly. Do they all know one another? Am I clearly an infiltrator? I can't think on that too much or I'll grow paranoid. All I can do is the job. Investigate her vanishing, probe into these people. One of them is behind it. The more I can learn about them and their reasons for being here, the better chance I have in finding her. I should make a record of their movements. It might be helpful to know what their plans are and when their rooms are free. Oh, hey. What up? You're staring right at me. Okay, I think that's all the character introductions. So if we want to take a quick...
I'll be like...
We're 2 minutes from ads, so if we... I think...
Oh, yeah,
we'll just
want to go to ads?
No, I think then we will just quick throw over to some snails, and we will both stand... This is a great time to just stand up, have a stretch break for everyone, and then we'll get into the snooping and spooping.
Very cool.
3, 2, 1, snails. All right, everyone. We will be back very shortly. So do not go anywhere. Because we're just getting into the meat of things, and we're going to get off. I have played through this next little section with what Etienne Toussaint wants of us, and it's going to get real spicy real fast. So I'll leave you all in trepidation, and we will be back very shortly.
Excellent.
Alright. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. We're gonna hang out for a moment here, until Emmett gets back. But if you are just tuning in, hello and welcome. We are hanging out, with Emmett Taylor, in order to, play some Seance of Blake Manor, which has been very good so far. It's got ghosts, it's got spooks, it's got vague pagan stuff, it's got real occultists, it's got fake occultists, it's got fake occultists who wish to be real occultists, it's got folklore, it's got, everyone looks like a vampire, it has representation of the French. Like, this game has everything. This game has literally everything. So, can you just say this game is aggressively targeted at you personally? I feel like it's targeted at this community incredibly specifically. Like, it's always fun to know when there are dev teams who are just targeted at us. Like, right? But, you know, between you and Arcanist and me and Emmett, like, we got pretty good coverage on the, the game is coming at us with a shotgun, and it is not going to slow down until we got.
Yeah, I know a bunch of my friends who do like Modern Irish that I'm going to be like PhDs in Modern Irish that I'm going to force to go and play this.
Iconic, adore that for them.
Yeah, it seems so like I saw that it had been it was being reviewed very well, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, but now that we're playing it and I'm just it's the surnames. It's how many of the surnames you can be like, that's a local person, that's an English person, like who owns the land, that's a visitor.
Right.
And there's obviously stuff going on with that.
Yeah, and, you know, the thing I love about it, right, I mean, we were talking earlier about ongoing struggles in the west of Ireland, as so many naturally beautiful places have with over-tourism, and the absolute demolition of local community and affordability, in that sort of eco-touristic exploitation, and yet we see all of these so many of these characters are tourists, and tourists from all over the place, reflecting the cultural diversity of the world at the time, which I love to see. But there is such a good push and pull in that touristing, right? So we have characters of color from America, Brazil. We have characters who are faking being people of color from America. We have English people, we have Irish people, we have French people. So we have all of these different layers. But the fact that this is set in deeply rural Western Ireland is very, very cool. So let's hop back into it and see what the French want from us. Nope. I forgot to change that to the correct part of the scene, so my whoops. Anyway, he's staring right at us.
Un moment. Monsieur? You would be, Declan Ward, correct? Allow me to even the playing field, huh? I am Etienne Toussaint, a debunker of fraudulent mystics. And it's the topic of fraud I wish to speak with you on.
So, Alia. I mean, I've gotta be real. He's pretty French. The Society of Psychical Research. A notebook worn around the edges, kept close to hand. Alright, we've got several things to talk about. Several things to talk about here. Oh, he's a legit psycho researcher. Alright, let's talk about fraud first. Searching out fraud must be easy work at an event such as this. In what way, monsieur? It is a seance. Surely everyone involved in running it is a charlatan and the rest naive fools. Au contraire, monsieur, many of the guests are true magical practitioners. But at a gathering such as this, there is likely to be somebody looking to take advantage of the more vulnerable attendees, those who merely believe. Oh. Well then. Yes, I have to do a terrible French accent, don't worry about it. Aelia, come on, there are rules about this. There are rules about this. Oh, Arcanist, I got good news. But first, I do have very important news for everybody. Whoa.
Oh, look at that cat.
He's so wiggly. Nope, that still is not the right one. There we go. He's mad
I
at me
wonder if
because
they're going to touch on the fact
he does not like being picked up. He's also
I
mad
wonder
at
if
me
they're going
because
to touch on the fact that the after you, sorry.
He's also mad at me because he needs antibiotics for after some dental surgery, and he hates them.
I wonder if they're going to touch on the fact that the good lord, the Theosophists, those guys, there were kind of some vague attempts to incorporate inverted commas druidic material into some of those like 1860 magical or occultist movements that never really took off, which would be an interesting thing to look at.
I've got great news for you. We're going to be seeing more of the Theosophists soon.
Yeah, excellent.
It's worse, KJ. It's not pills. It's an eyedropper. So he has to act. I can't just get his mouth open long enough to shove something in his mouth and then hold him closed. He actually has to like stay still long enough to not just like dribble things on his face. And it is not working. It's not working at all. It's bad. Gosh, I want to talk to him about everything, and I don't think I have time to talk to him about everything.
The guests might tell you which people he thinks are actual practitioners.
Yeah. You suspect someone then? I believe most attendees are legitimate practitioners, but yes, I have my suspicions. My intent is to gain the proof that will discredit them. Attendees and staff have their own problems to be solved. Solving these mysteries will help you uncover more about their relationship with Dean and their own reasons for attending the seance. No, he is Winter. Gash? It is... You've gained enough evidence to solve Mr. Toussaint's hypothesis. After solving the hypothesis, confront Mr. Toussaint to find out what your deductions have revealed. Okay. Or I can just discuss more evidence. There's so many. Ah, screw it. I think we could talk about all of these. I think we'll just have to be efficient elsewhere. Because it is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes? So that gives us like 40 minutes to do other things. How do you know Do you know Miss Dean? We have met once or twice, but never exchanged anything more than small talk. She came off as pleasant, though I suspect there was more to her than she let on. Certainly I was right, as it is clear to me now that many guests have complex relations with the woman. What an interesting life she must lead. The Society of Psychical Research. If I might ask, what does that crest you're wearing indicate? Ah, it is the emblem of the Society of Psychical Research, a grouping of curious individuals who try and apply academic rigor to paranormal situations. It's a mixed set, some believers, some skeptics, some in between, but I find it suits me to have some like-minded people to share my work with. Identity. You know me, sir. Not quite. I know of you. It remains to be seen if you are truly the man I have read about. Hauntings! Increasingly, I think I see strange things around this manor. The power of suggestion will do things to the mind, Monsieur Ward. Figments of the imagination, perhaps, but perhaps we'd best err on the side of a believer for now, and leave them be, no? Okay. Proof. What sort of proof would suffice to show someone to be a fraud? Any number of things, monsieur. Monsieur, catching them in the act, of course, but a record of their methods, a letter admitting they are faking it. Even a confession would do if witnessed by somebody of standing. I'm sure you will know it when you see it. Let's do the notebook and then be done. Do you always carry that notebook with you, Mr. Toussaint? More often than not, there's a lot to record. Best if I don't chance it to something fragile, like memory. You agree, no? I have seen you making notes in your own journal, where? Form hypothesis. The Society of Psychical Research is one of multiple organizations of the period galvanized by the discovery of various invisible forces like electromagnetism. It's the longest lasting one and the one most invested in applying actual empirical rigor. Actual empirical rigor? What's that like? Notebook, Society. Fraud? Seance, proof. Mr. Toussaint seems to know who I am. And Mr. Toussaint's goal is to coerce me into investigating a guest for fraudulence. You know, the thing he says.
It seems Mr. Toussaint is here on a witch hunt and intends to force me to his side.
Oh, thank you,
I
Ailey.
should confront him about this.
And then we can confront. Confront in italics. Your goal is to coerce me into investigating a guest for fraudulence?
Excellent.
He did explicitly say that. Tell us
I planned
this.
to do it myself, but once I saw you,
Just
I
saying,
knew you would
he did
have to
explicitly tell us that he was asking us for help investigating someone for
So,
fraud.
You do know who I am.
Indeed. I am an investigator of my own sort, you see. It would be foolish of me enter a new country and not read the papers, n'est-ce pas? As for my own investigation, I have focused on Madame Hazel Erickson. I'll get to the heart of it. She's an out-and-out fraud. About this, I have no trace of a doubt.
Right.
But my belief alone is not quite enough. I still lack evidence.
Uh-huh.
Here, take this key. It will let you into room 19, Madame Erickson's room. There you can find something that proves the case. Of this, I'm sure.
What makes you think I'd do a thing like that?
That's your job, is it not? And you would want
He's
to keep
going
your
to
presence
blackmail
here
us.
quiet.
Mm.
You won't hear a thing further about your presence once you have aided. Here, the key. I shall see you back with the evidence inside the hour. Yes? Otherwise, well, I will have to make an announcement at breakfast. You will be out no long after, I assure you.
And how do you expect me to get into Miss Erickson's room safely?
I believe I heard her discussing her plans with Monsieur Aufin. You might consider listening in.
Oh boy. So we have until 9 o'clock. So, 42 minutes in order to prove that she's a fraud. We can eavesdrop.
I'm sorry, sir, but do you have a pen I can borrow?
No use for one. Jewelry is an oral tradition, so I never got much into the writing. I'll go to serve me grand for happy purposes. You want
Sure.
a chisel?
Definitely. I mean, literally what Caesar says.
Yeah, what Caesar says and what doesn't seem to be, you know...
Reality?
It sure is convenient to say your political enemies don't write anything down, so there's no evidence of all the stuff you're saying about them.
What? No, Caesar would never do that. Julius Caesar is a
remember
famously
what point-
trustworthy person who has never lied to a single person ever in his life. Just ask Caesar.
I'm trying to remember at what point we decipher Ogham. I'm pretty sure we know it by this point.
I'd be kind
It's
of
not like
surprised if
it's
we
not the
didn't.
hardest. It's just a cipher off Latin.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Like, I'd be staggered if we didn't know Ogham at this point. Because, like, we're, like, centuries into Irish obsession. I mean, good God, we're a century after the Ocean Cycle gets published.
Yeah, but I mean, the Ossian material is like really Scotland focused. The Irish stuff, like you don't really get a big takeoff until like 1830s.
Okay. By the way,
yeah, like Celtic study, like the first professor of Celtic studies
Mhm.
ever is possibly Cork, possibly my university, or maybe one of the other national universities in Ireland in 1849.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
49, 45. What year is this?
That's
Yeah.
that's so much later than Norse studies. I'm actually kind of surprised.
It was a really hard push. Like even in Ireland, it was regarded as there's a great quote about it arguing against the existence of these professorships that it's just to study people who live in the mountains and speak a different language. Why would you bother?
Oh God.
And that's from inside of Ireland.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I know. Did I? Were you around when I showed you one of my new-ish acquisitions up on the shelf on stream? Because Ocean material shows up in this young folks library from like 1930. It's a 1937 edition, but this printing is 1945. So their book of myths and legends has a bunch of Nathaniel Hawthorne Greek myths, Beowulf, King Arthur, and Ocean. It's crazy.
That's really interesting. They have Ossian in there. Okay.
It's crazy. I don't know if the table of contents will actually show up on camera here, but I'm gonna do my best. Well, it's all backwards. So that's all the Nathaniel Hawthorne stuff that you can kind of sort of almost read, except that it's backwards on stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the second page.
Right.
Right, so you get.
I was gonna say it's right way around for me. That's because it's not mirrored.
Yeah. So you've got Midas, a Paradise of Children. I don't remember which one it is. Apples of the Hesperides, and Philemon, and then Jason and the Argonauts, the Odyssey, and then you get King Arthur, Beowulf, and Ossian.
That's really interesting.
Uh-huh. For an American young folks, like 10-volume series, first published in 1901. First published in 1901 with this printing from 1945.
That's interesting that it's that late, because at that point, I mean, like, well, admittedly, when McPherson started writing, like the relatively few number of academics interested in Scottish stuff at that point were like, this man's lying. Admittedly, nobody listened to them. But like the forgeries are super popular. Like Napoleon, we have letters from Napoleon talking about how much he likes them.
Yeah. Huh. I pulled out the next volume, which is Fairy Tales, and there's like no French fairy tales in here. We got Roswell Field, we got Hans Christian Andersen. Oh, there's one. There's one Charles Dulin. But otherwise, you have Hans Christian Andersen. You've got P.C. Asbjørnsen. You've got Brothers Grimm. You've got Momotaro for no reason. And then there's like one. There's one that's just called a Cossack fairy tale. But there's none of the major French collections in this volume. So I'm gonna do a whole video that's just looking at like this set because
like what they're electing to put in.
Yeah. It's completely wild. But yeah, fun fact: Ossian is still being promulgated in the U.S. as late as 45. Anyway, do you want my chisel?
No, I was planning on taking some notes.
Aw.
I want to go downstairs and examine the energy left by that poor bird before breakfast.
Why?
Great question.
I suspect there is something to be learned about our fortunes here. If only I could have gotten to it before it was cleaned up.
What? Do you need to be able to see it up close in order to know that a crow blasting through the glass ceiling, probably a bad sign?
Aye, well, I suppose some folks here have never gutted a bird to read its entrails before.
Yeah.
That's not a thing attested as Druids, but sure.
That's Roman. But what could be more druidic than just appropriating Roman stuff?
True, yeah.
Is that some kind of Irish saying?
No.
Oh, well, You'll excuse me then.
As I said, she's pretty, like, I'm 90% sure she's Swedish American. Wait, Caesar ascribes entrail reading to the Gauls, doesn't he? But, like, with sheep, not birds, right? Augury, like...
Yeah, and also people, one time. Or, well, kind of reading their entrails, you stab a sword. Oh, is that Caesar or is that someone else? One of them say that the Druids put swords in people's stomachs and then, like, kind of watch them as they writhe. And deduce things from that.
Cool. This lady doesn't even know about haruspicy. Exactly. Mr. O'Finn doesn't write, and I didn't see his name in the sign-in book. He must be the person who marked his name with an X. I'll make a note of that. And, you know, that tells us quite clearly that he cannot be the killer. As you learn more, the timetable will be populated. Characters will appear on the map each hour if you know their schedule for that time slot. Reminders can also be set so events aren't missed. Stables just out, walled garden, atrium. So, frickin' everyone. Right, as you learn anything, we're able to really get quite precise on where people are and where people aren't. Do we know What's-Her-Face is dead? No, we know What's-Her-Face is missing. The goal is to find Evelyn Dean before she dies. But we also, Lady Isabel, he specifically said, you know, Druidry is an oral tradition, so we never needed to learn how to read or write. And he signed his name in the guest book with an X, instead of actually signing his name. Which means all of that points to pretty clearly saying, yeah, he is actually illiterate. But, yeah.
An interesting thing to note about Ogham is it actually was written like a tremendous amount, because later scribes thought it was really cool and started just like, and that's how you get the shift from Ogham goes left to right after a certain point, because people just start writing it as they're used to with Latin script.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Alright, let's analyze him, because we have a little bit of time. What is this E for? A crown made of wood and leather. A U branch of the simplest of ornamentation, but he carries it proudly. We also know that he probably isn't related to the disappearance of Evelyn Dean, because he signed in after Evelyn Dean disappeared. His belt is quite eye-catching. And, that's a lot of beard. He looks to be living a hermit's lifestyle. Was it originally written right to left? I believe it was originally written top to bottom, wasn't it?
Yeah, it goes. You read it from on the corner of think like you got a big rectangle, and you write it along the edge, and so I can take my Ogham out. So the central beam of Ogham. Whoop! Where's my extra long tattoo? Is this arm easier?
There.
Okay. There, you can kind of see this one. So the central beam of Ogham, this middle line that all the letters go off of, that central line would be the corner of something, and you write from down up.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but do I know you?
No, I never said such. Just plainly, there you are, and you are.
Damn, maybe I should store some teaching aids on my skin, right?
You have me there,
kind of useful.
Sir,
the undergrads think you're really cool. You wear your jacket for the first like 8 lectures, and then you just come in without it on. It works really well. Domino Finn, okay. Oh, he's a traveler. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay. So that's
elaborate.
a distinct ethnic group inside of Ireland. That is traditionally horrifically mistreated. They are a nomadic population group. I believe they start to form around the 15th century, around the 1400s, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But they are historically and still discriminated against in Ireland.
Ooh.
Noted.
Yeah.
I am Declan Ward, Also not a knight.
Haha, good to meet you, lad.
I take it that you've come for the seance.
Ah, yes and no. I'm here because of the seance, but not for it. I have no urge to speak to the dead. I doubt they have much comfort to offer up. What interests me is those people who want to speak to the dead. How they intend to do it, and more, what they will be doing afterwards to clean up their mess.
That's the neat part, Mr. O'Finn. None of them are going to survive unless I tell them to knock it off. They will not be able to clean up their own mess.
These rich people, they think because they force themselves on these lands they can do what they want to them? It won't stand. The land won't let it, and neither will I.
Discuss evidence. We need to be a little bit careful here because we do have a limited time. So I think we'll talk just... Are there any in here that you really want us to talk to? Otherwise, I think Timetable, Hazel Erickson, and Hauntings. And Evelyn.
Yeah, I think those are the right ones. I think some of those are either red herrings or I could kind of deduce stuff. The crown is the only weird... The Ratnor crown is the only thing that I think is ahistoric, technically. Actually, maybe the belt too, but...
Well, what's the worst that can happen? If we game over, we can always reset to earlier in the timeline and sort ourselves out. Any plans for this weekend, Mr. O'Finn? I'm told there's a big party on later. I'll go to that, I guess. Fancy dress. I reckon that means they'll dress like me and I dress like them, no? I'm told that there's proper history, good history in the gardens. So we'll go there while it's bright, then head off to the bar when it's dark. I'll wander the hedge mage after lunchtime, I think, and go get a gather in the bar before the dinner bell. Not sure what else there is to do. I'm told talks. But talking to me is a two-way thing, not sitting down so someone can tell you about their hobbies. And for Sunday? Nah, who knows? Tomorrow's too far away to be worth thinking about today. There's the seance anyway. Could spend some time getting on Fief's nerves, though. That's always fun. She says she'd be doing some work with the well after lunch. Might stick my face in and see how she's getting on. When I went to Ireland, a woman told your mom to watch out for the arrows with your mom,
Stick your face in is a very interesting regional expression that we had an entire discussion about in seminar one week. In the department. Yeah, that's it's regional enough that half the Irish people did. Actually, no, the majority of everybody except our department head was like, "That's not a phrase," and he was like, "No, my mom would say that," which is interesting.
Wow.
That's a very, yeah.
That's super weird. I love that. Have you seen any ghosts since coming here? No, have you not? My least favorite was a woman who crawled in through a window last night. Oh. Thankfully, a flash of thunder and she's gone. Well, hello, Sidolphus282. Thank you for the raid of 5 people. And basically a vampire over on YouTube. Hello as well. Oh, we just got ads. I am so sorry. Well, let's hang out for just a moment here. Finish this. Thanks, Finn. I'm glad this guy's so casual about all of the ghosts. I'm sure that's fine. An enthusiastic American medium. See, I knew she's American. And with the CKSON, that's Swedish.
Is that background different for each character? Can you click on Vincent just out of curiosity? See that logo? Oh, no, it's the same. Okay. I wondered if that was like an indicator of
it is
something.
Ooh,
oh,
it's different for some things though. Oh.
Okay, so is it like
that's a good
people
catch.
are one thing?
The seance is something. Supernatural things or something.
Yes, person again.
Weird. Anyway, now that the ads are done, I want to welcome all the raiders and Sidolphus282 for that raid of 5. So lovely to have you. Welcome. If you've not been in here before, welcome. My name is Adam. I'm actually a professional museum curator as my day job, which is always an awesome thing to be able to say. I'm 2 years in, and it's wild every time. But so over here, we hang out, we play historical games, loosely defined, have a chill time, try to apply history to some games, and hang out, have a good time. Today, I'm joined by my friend Emma Taylor, who's a specialist in Irish literature and folklore, and we're playing the Seance at Blake Manor, which currently features a lot of cultism, fake occultism, ghosts, ghouls, dead crows, and the promise of a seance that's going to murder everybody. Did I miss anything with that? Oh yeah, and a druid. But yes, welcome one and all. I hope you have a lovely time. And Sidolphus, what were you playing? What were you up to? Also, I will eventually remember that my stream deck does not take me to the correct scene when I click on the one that I usually click on. You're just playing this, so you're just a bit farther into the game. Awesome. We're having such a lovely time. We're about to talk about Theosophists. So. First reaction to this game is there's a lot of turnips. Historically accurate number of turnips.
Oh, but it's so interesting that the English people who own this hotel are electing to have this very visual. That's neat. Okay.
I see. There's thoughts whirring in there.
There are thoughts. I wonder what they're saying with it, because it's historical for there to be turnips, but would a wealthy English family who owns land be doing it? But they're obviously doing it for viewing purposes because they're in places where to be seen. They're inside. Yeah, there's lots of stuff going on there.
Yeah, and given the situation, right, they're leaning into this like folk tradition that is already, right, by the end of the 19th century, being popularized in America as Halloween, for the tourists to create the occult vibe for Samhain. Yeah. And yeah, like they're targeting. It's a thing that still happens, right? There's a lot of Americans attending this. Hazel Erickson is one, but Lloyd Dupre is another. And so they're targeting.
There was even a recent conference at Maynooth University about the Samhain industry in Ireland. Like the amount of tourists that get brought over from the States in particular is massive, and it's really interesting because the Irish government advertises it, and the Irish government lies in the ads. The Irish government does things like Samhain attested for thousands of years in Ireland, and it's like, no, it isn't actually. It's not attested that long. Probably was, but not tested. Or like going around and dressing up is an ancient tradition. It's like, no, it's not. It's not.
No.
It's like the spirits of the dead. It's like, nope, nope.
Yep. Yeah. All right, so Sidolphus, enjoy getting food, and thank you so much for the follow. Absolutely lovely to have you. Thanks for bringing your folks over. Have you met Mrs. Erickson? Ignore the fact that you were just talking to her. She's all spectacle and no substance. I'd be surprised if she could tell a ghost from a table lamp. Yeah, there you go. Was there anything about him, any of his observations that you wanted to take a look at?
The only thing I'd be interested in the crown is because I want to see if they're going to name drop Carnanos, and if so, then that opens a whole fucking extra set of doors.
Phenomenal. Let's do it. That's an unusual crown you wear. Crown, that's the pale speaking in you, lad. It's a circlet. Artesana Station is a druid, a protector of this land and its inhabitants. Crown.
Interesting.
Washerwoman. Wait, I can talk about the washerwoman specifically. Yeah, let's do it. Last night, as I arrived, I saw a woman washing clothes into fountain. Ugh, I knew there would be death here. I'm sorry? You saw her bay on knee, lad. Spells trouble of the life-ending type. She was reported to see an omen. One that means death and grief have come to your house. Somebody will die here this weekend. Possibly more than one. Certainly no less. Miss Dean. Am I too late? By the power of game overs, Declan, you're not genre savvy enough.
I should go.
Only do something if you want, not because you should.
Good advice.
I'm running out of time to find Mr. Toussaint as evidence.
Alright, well, don't mind me as I break into someone else's room. I like Mr. O'Finn. I like Mr. O'Finn too. If we walk into a room that somebody does not belong to us and the inhabitant is inside, things get spicy real fast. Shoes. Nightstand. Hey, Arcanist. Hey, guess what? Hey, Arcanist. We're coming for you specifically. A book on the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. A spiritualist society. Understatement of the century. Hermetic... Aw. Man. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is a semi-secret magic society established in England. Again, a severe understatement. Ooh. What is this?
Ooh.
A mixture of morphine and scopolaminem. For this concoction be used to sedate people. Is this for her own use or something more sinister? A book by Mr. Toussaint, Frauds and Their Methodology, Volume 2. It has several pages bookmarked. That's the Crowley gang, right? It's the one that... Oh gosh. Hermetic Order... The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is the one that Crowley gets kicked out of, isn't it? Yeah, before he got kicked down the stairs. He has, you know, wizard duel with William Butler Yeats. Where
Yeah, I was going to say it is
down
Yeats, isn't it? Because you can make the Yeats and Yeet joke, yeah.
It's never not funny. The story, every time this comes up, it is the funniest fucking story.
Yeah. Yeats got a bunch of weird stuff. Like, Yeats is the reason why Dullahan are popular, and he probably didn't make them up, but he probably stole them from somebody who made them up. But, like, because his stuff got popular in Japan for a way of teaching English, that they get into Castlevania, and they get into a bunch of other stuff, and they echo back into the West. It's a really funky thing.
It's wild. So, yes, this William Butler Yeats was a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Which is wild. And he gets into a wizard duel on the second floor of a building with Aleister Crowley and ends up kicking him down a flight of stairs.
I do love that they're shouting spells at each other, and the resolution is grabbing him and just pushing him outside.
It's so funny. It's so funny. So, you know, it's phenomenal. People don't, even though it's on the Wikipedia page, most people don't remember the, you know, Irish nationalist, important poet, literary figure was also a wizard who kicked the most famous occultist of the 20th century down the flight of stairs. You're not okay about this? It's funny every time. Burned paper. The remains of a letter from a contact telling her that she is magically void, meaning she cannot learn magic no matter how hard she tries. No wonder she burnt it. We have a little bit of time. Look at this Spirit Halloween-ass... Spirit Halloween-ass costume. Ooh. A schedule. Thank you. An attendees list. Says targets. Miss Dean's name is circled. Ooh. A standard deck of tarot cards. I can't see anything special about them. Generic ass crystal ball. Don't care. It automatically closes. What's the combination? Well, it's alphabetical. So
What's the Golden Dawn abbreviation?
HOGD.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's the RWS, which isn't published yet. Huh. Runes! Runes.
Oh, there you go, Adam.
Yeah, I know. It's coming from me in particular, too. Actually, I don't remember if these exist yet. So, this specific variety of, you know, runic shenanigans is not a real thing. It has never historically been a real thing. Anyone who tells you that this is historically a real thing is trying to sell you something. Right? Now, we are in a period of intense Viking mania. Just 4 years before this, in 1893, a replica of the Gokstad ship, the largest Viking ship ever excavated, sailed from Norway to Lake Michigan for the Columbian Exposition, and was one of the stars of the Chicago World's Fair. It actually still exists. The ship is still in Chicago. Well, outside of Chicago these days. But so there is a period, right? We are just a couple of years after the Kensington Runestone is discovered. Definitely not created. Definitely not carved by a Swedish farmer. Discovered. So we are in a period of really active interest in Vikings, runes, runography. But this specific thing where you carve one rune onto one stone, and then throw those stones out in order to divine stuff, that's not Norse. That's you slapped runes on the I Ching. It's like a super corrupt version of a Chinese divination text. So this is not a thing, and actually, for a while, Hasbro is selling these as toys. I think it's a bit later that they're doing it as toys. I don't know if this has come up yet. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Not... Let's see. Because it's Guido von List who we're actually looking at as, like, the guy here. But he isn't doing them as... He isn't doing them like this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is later that this develops.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I will say, while we have, it's a single attestation, and unfortunately I don't have the notebook on me to grab specifically where, we do have a medieval suggestion that people can use Ogham and use it as a divination in this sense, of putting Ogham on sticks and throwing the sticks.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't think people would have known about that at this point. So I think they're definitely lifting it out of a non-European tradition, but...
Huh. There's also runic yoga being developed in this period, which is sure a thing. I'm not aware of this. The idea is that runes are magically efficacious in part because of their shape, right? I mean, they're not, and they never have been, so that's ridiculous. But you need to redden them, ideally with blood from a sacrifice, so by bending your body into the shape of the rune, you become a shape full of blood. That's so stupid.
Sure.
I adore that. Thank you, Arcanist.
That's great.
Anyway, this is.
That's
I'm sure
great...
this is fine and good and not a problem. Illuminatus Magicis Consumatio. Magic resides in the heart of the user. Consume it, and you will take their power.
All right.
Place the sedated victim inside the ritual circle.
Oh no.
Candles,
Right.
a knife, bog out, oak, everything required to carry out the ritual. But who? I can't risk making another pariah like me. This looks to be the ritual to eat the heart of a person and steal their magical abilities? Good God, she can't honestly mean to go ahead with this.
I think you're like morally obliged to steal this person's sedative.
Oh, I'm morally
And just be
obliged
like,
to
I'm gonna-
arrest them for, at the very least, the psychosis, and perhaps more alarmingly, a conspiracy to murder? Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I found a ritual in her room. Talks of eating a person's heart to steal their magical abilities. Surely this is nonsense, sir. Such a thing cannot be real. What's more, she can't intend to be doing this. That is, ominous. Rather, too ominous. Certainly such rituals exist. Do they work? I cannot say. Will she do it? Madame Erickson is a fraud, monsieur, but I have trouble believing her capable of such a deranged act. You'll no doubt find many here studying strange things. But reading a book on sacrifice is not the same as performing it, correct? If we are to know that this is her plan and not academic in nature, then she would need to confess. She is unlikely to confess to me. But you? Perhaps? Oh, by the way. I discovered a list in her room with names of guests on it. Interesting, but it doesn't prove anything in itself. A list of marks for her fraudulent ways? A list of something more? Well, we can say off this alone. Your name was marked off. How insulting! Are this the people she does not like, maybe? Evelyn Dean's name was circled. At the top was written targets. Interesting. Speculation, yes, but perhaps it's because I do not use magic. Whereas Mademoiselle Dean, she is rumored to be a studied woman.
Can you talk about the morphine injections? Because I feel like that's kind of the... Oh.
I cannot talk about the morphine injections.
It's too bad.
Darn. Oh, also the burnt paper. Found a scrap of paper indicating that Mrs. Erickson is a pariah. I thought it might interest you. It does, but a scrap, you say? Is the page complete? Is she named on it? She is not. Then it will not suffice. I do not think we could convince anyone it isn't a forgery, however real it might be.
That's all.
Take care.
All right. We'll go talk to her. It'll be fine. She's definitely sane and well and not like this. Also, what's the strange device? Also, what's the green man doing here?
Yeah, there's been a few of those paintings around the place. Not paintings, artwork, images.
Right, well, I saw the ones on the front of the house, and that was like, you know, that's weird but fine. Like, that's attested in mostly churches, but, you know, it's attested.
Yeah. I don't
That
know if
man's
people start
just
getting weird about it.
It's so strange. Everything about this is strange. No, that has the coat of arms. Ooh. And a lovely drawing of the manor. Well, when we are a bit... Oh. Closing preparations for Saturday evening's ball. The drawing room. Hi, Vincent. What's up? An elaborate crest worn with pride. I don't recognize the symbol itself, however. It is a Rosicrucian symbol. Hence the rose and the cross. Look, subtlety is not their strong suit. I know what ray of jewelry of the sort worn by spiritualists and show women. She hides it well, but she seems uncomfortable. For, what reason?
Well, hello there. I don't recognize you. We haven't met before, have we?
No.
I'm Declan Ward. Miss,
Mrs. Erickson. Hazel, if ever we should get so friendly. I'm a medium by trade, so naturally I had to come to this gathering. I'm hoping to pick up some new skills before the end.
Uh-huh. I'd love to discuss a couple of things with you before I yell. You seem nervous. As if to comment on it will make me more comfortable. I'm fine, Mr. Ward, thank you. Hauntings. Few of the guests seem to believe this manor is haunted. Have you seen anything for yourself? Mr. Ward, we would not be here if it were not haunted. It's a good point. I, of course, have seen all manner of ghosts since coming here. I'm sure you will soon, too. Don't worry, Mr. Ward, they will make themselves known to you, but I was afraid you'd say that. And I guess we'll talk about Evelyn. Huh. Did you know, Mr. Ward, that certain animals have brightly colored patterns to warn off other creatures? That's what they're saying these days. It's too bad Miss Dean's not a frog. Maybe it'd stop the likes of Mr. O'Mara from chasing after her tail. He was? Mr. Ward, the poor boy asked her to marry him. She said no, of course, and so publicly, too. What's a wolf to do with a lovesick puppy? A wolf, then, not a frog? No, I said she should be a frog. Presently, she's just a harlot.
Is that a pun that makes sense outside of Latin? The wolf prostitute thing?
I don't think so. But you're right, that is a pun in Latin. That's a very learned pun.
Oh, it's nearing breakfast and...
Fine.
Mr. Ward.
Oh gosh, we've got so many people to talk about. A carefree rake from South Dublin. Fine. We have to do, like, this and then that. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that boy, he's absolutely fascinating. It's not often I get to talk with someone who has dealings with angels. He might even be the first. If we might consider joining the Golden Dawn, they'd be more than happy to have him, even with his reputation for being a bit of a daredevil. When I say it aloud, I wonder if there's a link between his gift and his recklessness? So, hi, you're, there could be a ritual that allows a person to steal magic from another practitioner. How could you... No, of course not. I wouldn't know. I communicate with ghosts. I have no business with such rituals. Well, fine. Okay, so there were a couple more pieces of evidence that we could have found, but we have very little time left to do it, so, look at that conspiracy board. A possible link. Miss Erickson's goal is to consume the heart of Evelyn Dean to steal her magical abilities?
Mrs. Erickson intends on murdering Evelyn Dean to eat her heart and steal her magical abilities. I must confront her before it's too late.
Talk. One more time.
Mr. Ward.
Confront!
How could you possibly...
It's such a good board.
Read minds? Or did you let yourself into my room to rifle through my belongings?
I can absolutely read minds for sure.
The first one.
Bad news for both of us then. You can't say anything without giving yourself up as a thief. And who would believe you? Whatever it is, you're no mystic, so there's no way you can't understand. To know such secrets exist, such wonders to see. and to be kept from it by some abnormality. What's the reason? I've put the work in and nothing. Am I a soulless freak? Is that why? Am I to be punished in this life and then again for eternity? Would you sit by and do nothing?
Is anyone going to... Who's going to tell her that the best way to get punished for eternity is to do murder?
And cannibalism.
And cannibalism. Like, there's a long and rich history of theological discourse that does boil down to cool story, still murder.
Well, I won't. I'll have my heart, my powers, my soul, and all you get by saying something is a nasty dealing with when I have them. Stay out of this, Mr. Ward, if you have any sense.
Well, good lord, the woman is insane, desperate, or both. She must be stopped. Maybe Mr. Toussaint will have some idea? Yeah. Action unlocked. What do you mean? Action unlocked. Yeah. What act? Okay, we just need to stop her. On the grounds that she's insane. And in front of my strange mechanism, right? Hey, yeah. I got the confession.
Mrs. Erickson has confessed to me.
I don't feel good about it.
Plan. She is indeed a fraud. She has no magical powers. She seems to be incapable of using magic, in fact.
Oh boy.
Something that plagues her. To the point where she will perform a ritual to steal the heart and magical prowess from another here.
What? No, it cannot be.
She is in dire need to feel magic. To have it, it seems. But also, she fears that the reason she cannot use magic is a flaw in her soul.
Can we call the... what? Can we call the loony bin on this woman now? Yeah, Sakara I think that's a fair point. Let's not pretend Victorian asylums provided any kind of actual solution. I think she needs to... Clearly something needs to be done because, you know, at the same time, having her in this hotel right now makes her a threat to everyone around her. But also, yeah, Arcanist, I think you're totally right. Like, it's very Protestant, right? Like, almost Calvinist in that the quality of your soul is just innate and unchangeable and just... Sorry, bad luck, you simply weren't good enough. You just skill issue, right? Fully skill issue. If you were just a better person when you were born, you wouldn't have this issue. And the absolute panic in trying to do something about that. Very Protestant.
She's blinded, of course, by our desires. Anyone who believes in a soul would also believe that there is no eternal bliss for them after murder. Especially in a manner so foul. What's more...
Also, Vincent was standing literally behind her while she was saying this.
Here, take my notes. Let her know that if she does this, not only it will stain her in her God's eyes for eternity, but also will see her hanged and raised to this oblivion she fears so much. She would be better served getting off this path now and finding more mundane solutions to finding her God's favor. I am told one can cleanse her soul with coin. My record shows she certainly coined enough of that in her time.
Sure, just indulgences. Gonna head out. Thanks for hanging out, Zoe. So lovely to see you. Is he not Christian? He's atheist, probably. I would be deeply unsurprised if he is atheist. While Hazel is Rosicrucian with heavy tinges of Scandinavian Lutheranism.
As for you and me, Monsieur Wilder, our business is done. Whatever reason.
Possibly
you're
deist.
here,
It's
your
late for deist,
identity
though.
is
Like,
safe with me.
we're 100 years after the high point of deism.
And as for this place, news of our plans has turned my stomach. I've had enough mysticism for this trip. I shall be sitting the Seance out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have notes to make in my quarters. Au revoir, monsieur.
Mystery solved. Mr. Toussaint is no longer attending the seance. Ooh, spook. That gauge decreased and the light went out as soon as Mr. Toussaint decided he was no longer attending the seance. What exactly is that device monitoring? And why? Maybe I should convince another guest to avoid the event and see if this occurs again.
Accumulated doom, I guess.
Yeah, it's the amount of poltergeist goo,
me, sir.
ectoplasm.
Is this your room? Number 4? Mr. Ward.
Yeah, what's up?
That's me.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. Just delivering this parcel to your room. It was left for you at the front desk.
Hmm? By who?
No idea, sir. It was left when nobody was about to see. Anyway,
What is this, a journal? It has Miss Dean's name on it. What's inside? How did this get here? No postmark, so it came from the hotel itself. But from who? Regardless of who sent it, I should read the thing. Oh, good. Oh, good. Sunday the 24th, she talks of her arrival at the Manor. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Her writing is delicate and graceful, as was her signature. What are these 4 symbols beside the word supplies? Seems some pages were torn out. Tuesday the 26th, the night she went missing. She speaks a feeling of dread and doubts she will sleep that night. Her writing has become more erratic since she arrived at the Manor. And a sigil with dream scrawled next to it. I saw this in my dream. Did she dream it too? What does this mean? Did we have the same dream? What does it mean? Has anyone experienced anything similar, I wonder? If I could find even 3 people with similar experiences, then I could be sure there's something there. Oh, and Monday the 25th. Let's say she bumped into somebody and was not pleased to see them. It looks as if she was to name them on the following page, but that information is now missing. This left me with more questions than answers.
I wonder if that journal matches the clothes she was wearing, because the washerwoman was washing a green something.
I wonder. My best guess is room 15 was her room. Edward Blake, the founder of Blake Manor. His outstretched hand makes him almost Christ-like, though he was anything but a savior figure.
That's definitely a secret door, looking at the layout of everything else around it.
What now? Mr. Scarrett's bedroom. I assume that it's in here. Okay, well, but like everything looks like it's secret rooms. Wait, the closets don't take time to look. That's helpful. Picture frames and other decorations, unused storage closets, yay. Oh, good. Wait, what? Where's room 15? Where's room 15?
Is it at the end of... to your left, by the one at the very end of that? Is that what that is?
No? That's the doorway to rooms 7 to 12. There's 14, there's 13. So, Evelyn Dean's room... So, I'm correct that Evelyn Dean's room is room 15. Also, that room is just missing.
Is it in the tower?
It might be in the tower. I want to go take care of the last thing. Right, I want to go take care of Hazel Erickson's murder plot real quick. And then we can poke around for a few minutes.
Ward.
Actually, I've got one more thing.
Mrs. Erickson, we need to talk.
This had best not be about my personal affairs again. Why don't you do us both a favor, Mr. Ward, and stop interfering? What could you, of all people, possibly have to say to me?
That's not a bad point. Perhaps you'll be more interested in what Mr. Toussaint has to say. Shall we go to your room, then? Or would you rather discuss this in the open?
Yes, my room, sir.
I'd like to just take care of this while we're thinking about it so we don't accidentally run out of time.
So you've read the notes and understand your situation. Whether you face eternal damnation now is a point of debate. You assume that this is linked to this magical nullness you have. You may well be wrong. But if you do this, then you are locking yourself onto that path. And Mr. Toussaint will ensure your remaining days will not be easy. Magic or no.
He's right. I'm a
What
damn
logic
fool.
and reason worked?
I wanted
God.
so much to be special. To have what the others have. But now you have taken that hope from me. Maybe you will have saved my soul. But even now, I think I'd pay that price for a taste of that. If he wasn't going to rob my chance to use and appreciate it, I would curse you both if I didn't know there would be no venom in my bite.
Yeah, well.
But he wins. I forsake this ritual. And I forsake this seance. I have no want to see others enjoy what I will never have. I hope they see their ghost and more. So much more.
Well, you survive. That's something. Probably.
Now, I would really like to be left alone. I have a lot to think about.
Yo. Understandable. Yay! 2. I was right. The gauge decreases as people's plans for the seance change. I am still unsure of the device's purpose, but my gut says I want this as decreased as possible by the seance. Yay! So, if the seance has attracted the likes of Mrs. Erickson, the Miss Dean may be in even more danger than I realized. I was able to make her see sense, but I doubt that's enough to spare her from eternal damnation. She's a fraud, an unrepentant sinner with no regard for the harm caused by her pursuit of power. How many desperate people has she cheated to get this far? Can she atone for what she's already done? That is, if she even realizes she needs to. Regardless, she's no longer my concern. Oh yeah, no, we've not hit the thresholds for anything important happening. Like, that much is pretty obvious. Oh gosh. Whoa. That's not quilting.
No. But it's... Is it one of the shapes in the dream?
Yes.
Triangle, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I think. It's not quite the same, but it's a very
No, I
close.
think, yeah.
The door to room 15 appears to be missing? The markings on the wall look similar to those in my dream, but without a pattern. How do you even go about finding such a thing? Whatever has caused this to vanish. Might this have been Miss Dean's room? Uh-huh. Press 1 to access the mystery map. Awesome. So there's a thing there. We can go back to other mysteries. Facts about the culprit. We can try and get information about him. All sorts of people. The dream, Miss Dean's bedroom. Discussable with Vincent. Oh, that sucks. It looks like it's Vincent and either probably the staff. Well, the color of the line tells us whether it's a verified false lead, a verified true lead, a sort of potential lead, or potential connection. All sorts of things. What's in the East Tower? Paintings of doom and gloom. God, everyone looks like such a vampire. This is deeply not okay.
Is that another weird door?
What? This one?
By the chairs. No, the
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was this another pattern like in the dream? But we can definitely use it because it's intact enough. Huh. How? Okay, I have to start there. I have to do that. No. That one. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one. No. There. But then I get stuck. Well, if I do that, like... No, I'm still not done. Right, so it's... I can get down to, like, one thing not done. There we go. This is it.
Yeah.
There's a door hidden behind this wall? Am I still dreaming? Evidence records. I mean, I've got to see what's behind...
Ooh.
Cool.
Thank you, Space Nerd, for putting that down for me.
These look like bones. The skull appears to be human. Oh, good. Oh, good. I don't Sorry, Wasn't that the mark of opening? Is that the... No, it couldn't have been. My eyes are deceiving me. A hallucination caused by gas or mold in the air, perhaps? But then, how can I explain these flames? Floor markings. Walled up lovers. That's not okay.
Yeah, we have encountered this symbol before.
Hi. Could you not? Wait, it's my cursor's jumping for no reason and it's breaking. It's breaking the whole thing. Let's try nope. Why am I getting reset into the center of the... I'm gonna unplug.
Do you think it's intentional? Like, do you think the game's intentionally messing with it?
No, I think my controller was plugged in and it was probably trolling it.
Oh. Right.
Much more mundane in its foolishness. But yeah, that's the mark of opening, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I also cannot figure out what the
What in God's name was that?
what ISIL, that Irish looking word that popped up. It's not in any of the Irish dictionary. Ooh.
What do you mean sunroom? Cool. Hey, look. It's the same thing again. Another sigil back here. Someone must have sealed off the passage to this area sometime after Percival walled it up. When did we learn that Percival walled it up? Huh?
I do not think we did.
Cool. Who is Percival? Why is Percival? Holmes? I think I've sequence broken it just a smidge.
Yeah.
Come on. It's an odd experience. I didn't think this was a game that really could get sequence broken in this way. But, fair enough. Another skeleton.
Because it got mentioned that we found it got mentioned that we found the body of the lovers earlier on. I was like, how did we deduce lovers? I thought there was only one skeleton there. So
yeah.
It does look like we have...
Oh, bye. Cool. Goodbye. Did we pocket the bones? Well. Good news, bad news. I guess I'll look. Percival Blake, the 4th Marquess of Dawn. Dune? I assume
he has a sun behind his head.
He did have a sun behind his head. In a room full of vampires, he's like one of the most vampires. Stable's open at 10 AM. Not another freaking dining room. Hello, I'm a minute late for breakfast.
Sir. You here for the meal?
Yo.
Oh, sorry, sir. My name's Doyle. Seamus Doyle.
Yeah.
Certainly, sir.
If you're looking for a seat, you're welcome to join us. I'm sure my companion here won't mind.
Yeah.
Why not? I'm being educated on the specifics of tomorrow.
I want to know everything about Mr. Dupre.
It's so impressive.
I would love to join them.
Pleased to meet you both.
Allow me to introduce Mrs. Olivia Darcy. and I am Lloyd Dupre.
Would you believe that he's somewhat of an expert on all things related to death?
Hell yeah.
Which means I am an undertaker.
Hell yeah.
More than that, evidently. We were just talking about this grand seance, and I'm trying to understand what it is that makes it so grand. All seances are used to speak to ghosts. Is that not the entire point of them?
Yes, but through something.
So, wherein lies the distinction? Surely, if Miss Mantovani
See,
has held a
seances
seance
usually
before,
don't make the
then
ghosts
she
kill
has
everyone.
also made a ghost talk before.
That's the distinction. We're reaching new, unparalleled heights of human hubris.
No, though I understand the confusion. We have gotten close to that feat, parallel to it, but direct communication has not been achieved.
Is Dupre from Louisiana? I suspect he's from Louisiana.
Seances are used to invite a ghost to communicate, and to provide a means for them to do so. In the most successful cases, the spirit speaks through the medium themselves. But those cases are debunked at worst, and uncorroborated at best. There is no way to prove beyond doubt that the medium did not make it up. Now, in any records of direct sightings, and this is true of my own encounters, the ghosts cannot speak for themselves.
Well, that checks out for what we've seen too.
Miss Mantovani intends to...
Uh-oh.
Oh dear, I've made a right hames of this. Don't fret, nothing's broke.
Oh, do you need help, Mrs. Joyce?
Oh no, sir, thank you. I managed to drop it. I can manage to pick it back up, I'm sure.
Huh. Should we yoink the key? While we're not paying it, while no one's paying attention. Take it. Take it. Alright. We are nothing if not completely unscrupulous in our methods.
What a ruckus.
That poor woman. Anyway,
take it like the magpie we are. I mean, we have. We'll put it next to the bones.
The hope is that Miss Mantovani, with the right time, place, and people around her, will cut out the middleman, or middlewoman in this case, and have the spirit speak for itself.
Is that really possible?
That's a good question.
Tomorrow night, the veil between worlds will be at its thinnest, and it's especially thin here, in this part of the country.
Yeah.
Why here?
Because it's rural and pagan and spooky.
Yeah, there's like Tara. There's a lot of
There's definitely more Irish specific, like Bruna Boyne. You could have done it on top of Bruna Boyne.
Yeah. Could have broken into one of the Sheetha if you really wanted to start a fight.
True. But you know, maybe it's just a commentary as to how much murder the Blake family has done over the centuries. Maybe that's why it's so thin. Because the Blake family is the worst. And so it's not the west of Ireland that's the problem. It's just specifically this house, because they've done so much murder.
This was the nicest hotel they could book for the convention? Yes.
You're so right. I mean, Owen talked about true. We should get out into the garden and see what he meant by real history. We should also get into the library and see what he meant by real history.
Then, the hotel. It's not without its storied history.
Dang it! Lloyd, I was trying to give you an out here. Lloyd, I was trying
to
give
money on
you...
There's an Ohm stone in the garden.
There's almost certainly an Ohm stone in the garden.
Is where the danger lies.
I'd be shocked if there wasn't.
Danger?
I wonder if they've actual medieval Irish. Oh, that'll be fun.
It'd be fun.
It's forgotten sometimes.
Don't interrupt or ask more about the danger. I mean...
Do you think we'll be in danger attending the seance?
I am putting my trust in Miss Mantovani. I don't believe she'll lead us wrong. We'll be fine, I think. So long as no one disturbs her workings.
If only there weren't an entire squad of people who were dedicated to the process of disturbing her workings.
Perhaps I'll stand farther back from the proceedings than I initially planned. But I don't think I'm done with my questions, Mr. Dupre. I want to know more about your practice. After breakfast, would you join me for some air out front?
Oh, good.
It would be my pleasure.
But I could have sworn I'd left my key here. Maybe I dropped it. I'm sorry, Mr. Dupre. We will have to postpone that conversation.
What's Darcy's brooch? I think that's also Rosicrucian.
Anyone has turned in my key.
She might also be Rosicrucian.
Of course, madam. I'll be in the courtyard, should you find time to join me.
Well, room 13, right? What's the weird noise? God, this whole place just has so much going on. First floor, upstairs, atrium, Miss Erickson's room. Good. Seems like no one's in the atrium right this second. So, or upstairs atrium. So, let's take a look here and see what we can snoop about. I mean, apart from you. I guess you're still here, but like, you're chill. Ugh, and that's this room. Okie dokie. Just a quick listen. Quick look around. 5 minutes tops. I don't know what I'm looking for, really. Motherfucker, she's also a spiritualist. Vanity box. Hermetic Order of Golden Dawn, yep. God damn it, they're all Hermetic Order of Golden Dawn. Notice she's making about the event, but they seem less academic in nature, more for a work of fiction. What, is there nothing in here of, like... Kind of assumed there'd be something of, like, benefit in there. Oh, that's a lot of letters. Rather racy letters to Mrs. Darcy's husband, but I don't think they were written by Mrs. Darcy herself. Does that writing look familiar? Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Uh-oh!
The why?
Yeah. Apparently there's more. Was there an...
Oh wait, can I even wait? Never mind, I can't read cursive. The A at the very end.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the E's there. Just read many times. Information on the Hermetic Order seems rather rudimentary. There's a sneaky in here. Why not does she have a bottle of thallium? Oh! That's not a little bit poison. That's a lot of bit poison. Cross Protestant. Quick
Oh,
perfume.
that's probably important.
Wait, what was with the Damask Rose? I can check again without wasting time. Notes of damask rose? Someone else would know better. Just clothes, nothing of note there. Nothing of note there.
Oh, she has a green dress, though.
She does have a green dress.
I'm just watching everybody with green is just the washerwoman.
Oh, true. Stack of books. Book of Spiritualism. The information within seems targeted to the inexperienced. Well, I think we're gonna sneak out. Well, we have a chance.
That moved.
What moved?
The plant in the...
That has been knocked over, and recently.
Oh, has it been knocked? Yeah, I don't think it was knocked the last time we came through here.
Okay. Did everyone come here with murder plans? Yes. Just a quick sneak around here. Make sure no one's in the tower. So do you think I can just lie and say, oh, I happen to locate a thing? What? How dare you?
Ah, fuck off.
How dare you do this to me? Like, I'm not doing anything. You don't have to be jerks. Why are some of these paintings lookable and some of them aren't?
Bloody handprint.
So? Where?
On the locations, the little direction, that
Oh,
right there,
God.
on your right.
Fuck. There's a handprint smudge on this plaque. From... What the... What's going on? And these angels are not okay. I'm just gonna say that. Deeply not okay. Looks like someone stumbled through that route. Right, that's those several halls. Unsteadily. We're not seeing other signs of it. But, right, we don't know who. We don't know why. And we don't know when. All of which makes it very hard to say anything useful. And I don't have enough time, I feel like, in order to actually, like, look at everything. I want to go to the lobby.
Yes, madam.
I seem to have misplaced my room key.
I see. Now, where has that spare key gotten to?
So there is a spare key. Okay. Whoa, half-empty bottle of thallium.
I feel like if you turn in the key now, that's
Oh
incredibly
yeah, I get
obvious.
kicked out. I super get kicked out if I turn in the key now. Absolutely cannot do that under any circumstances. Fireplace, newspaper, books. Maybe we just enter the courtyard.
Yeah, maybe the garden.
Man. No.
Oh, fucker.
Hi.
That's not...
This sucks.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that is kind of just what the weather's like sometimes. Oh, that is a lot of. Hmm. Hmm. I bet the more of those show up as the nights go on.
Good thing we get screwed over tomorrow. So we won't have to find out. A rose. Fine clothes and jewelry. He's well dressed, and it's evident he can afford some luxury. What is your tattoo?
Ooh. Right when they introduced this, I was like, I wonder if this is all going to be about a bunch of competing traditions all coming into Ireland, and the conflict being that you not only do you have these foreign visitors, but you have foreign magical practices coming in and trying to interface. Like if it's a cosmological clash issue.
Yeah. That seems like exactly what that is.
I'm not familiar with which one that is, though. Oh, it's okay. They're doing the they're playing with Madame Bridget and Saint Bridget and Brigid.
Yep. Okay, cool. That's fun. So that's this.
Yeah.
The Manon Brigita, or Manon Bridget, is a death loi and the consort of Baron Samedi in Haitian voodoo. Grand Brigide, and so the Veve is the religious, I guess, sigil for lack of a better word. Huh. Due to religious persecution of enslaved Africans in Haiti and Americas, Grand Brigade was disguised by a syncretism and represented by various saints, including Bridget of Kildare. I wonder what the citation
and for everyone else's. Yeah, I've never been totally
Spanish.
sure how historical that link is.
Yeah.
But it's definitely one that gets picked up in pop culture a lot. For everybody else's information, Saint Bridget of Kildare possibly is connected to one of the supernatural peoples of Ireland called Bridget, who seems to be a cognate with the tutelary deity or tribal patron of the Brigantines, Brigantia, up in northern Britain during the time of Roman Britain. Roman Britain. It's unclear if Saint Bridget is the result of a Christianized pre-Christian deity, or if this is because we know that that the Brigantines moved into around Kildare, but it also reasonably could also be that there was a historical woman named Bridget, and in an area that traditionally worshipped this supernatural figure, that name was used for people. So like you get like a bajillion Dionysuses who are actually just saints because Dionysus was just like a guy's name after a certain point. So it's one or the other. I will say that while modernly Bridget is quite significant in revivalist practices, Bridget you can barely find 5 sentences in the medieval tradition about her.
I see.
Just not very significant.
And yeah, you don't usually tattoo a Veve on yourself, so it looks like actually drawn into a powder. So, in this case, we
that's an interesting implication.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if they're going to address that. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, and that's by just asking him.
Hello again, my friend.
I would love to ask you about everything. That's an unusual tattoo, if I might ask about it. Well, it's Mama Brigide's Veve, her mark. Consider it a devotional symbol. I'm an ongun of hers. The priest, as such. She is our Loa of life and death, I suppose. Your analogy to a Loa would be saint. She is born of your pagan goddess Bridget. Her believers took her with them when they fled to America. Well, I mean... I believe academia puts, more can be said. But
Well,
also
I'd even
think-
be like her believers. I'm like, okay, the believer's in the saint. I wouldn't necessarily. No one believed in Briggs of the Sua today at this point.
Yeah. Yup. Yes. But
Oh, and for context, by that I mean the revivalist faiths haven't kicked off yet. So like, this is just not like at the time of the the arrival of people in the of Europeans in the Americas. That was just not a thing.
yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, for the most part, right, full-on revivalist movements tend to kick off in the 1970s.
Yeah.
And so, right, well, there are pseudo-pagan traditions that stretch back much farther, and constructed ideas that are wibbly-wobbly druids, etc. Way, way, way older.
Yeah.
When we talk about actual, full-on heathen or pagan practices in the present day, those pretty much all get started in the 70s. That doesn't mean they're not valid, it just means they're not old.
Yeah, even with our druids are because the druidic traditions, druids get used quite frequently, mostly for nationalists or or proto-nationalist groups, in Britain. But a lot of the time when they're used, they're imagined as worshipping classical gods, or just being priests of abstract nature. It isn't until the I think I have notes on this when I was reading the book. I think it's the 1870s when you start getting actual connections with Irish supernatural figures.
Sure. So this is late 1890s, but would that have actually spread outside of some very niche circles? Meh.
Yeah, and I don't even know if at this point people are making the link between the Bridgets.
Yeah.
It's possible, though.
I mean, I'm observing that a lot of the references are from at least in the wiki article, are 70s and 80s. Which is what I would expect.
Yeah.
But, yeah, how much we're able to actually discuss, significant... Well, I'm gonna take 3 minutes, and hold me to 3 minutes. To see if I can't find anything.
Yeah, and while you're right, this dude, it is a collection of niche figures in niche circles, but the niche figures in circles at this time are doing some very specific things. So admittedly, by this point we do have opposite accusations from what we're seeing here with what you get with Bridget, and you get accusations that Patrick was actually a druid. By a very specific Oxford Don who violently hated druids in the mid 19th century. Yeah, because he argued that Arthur was that the Romans came in and destroyed the druid. Some druids survived, and they revived the traditions post withdrawal of Rome, and that Arthur is actually just Mithras, and Merlin is just a Gnostic Antichrist, and that Patrick was actually a secret Mithras cultist.
Incredible.
Oh, and this is because the Irish were awful and degenerate.
I adore literally everything about what you just said.
Oh, why? Patrick is always the source of revisionist history. This is, I think, the earliest one where they go, no, he's actually a pagan. I'm like, huh, weird. Okay.
And I also enjoy Saint Patrick worshipped King Arthur, who is Mithras.
Yes.
Absolutely iconic. Did the Romans even make it to Ireland? Traveled there, yes. Conquered, they didn't think it was worth it.
Yeah, there may have been, the archaeologists are still kind of touching on what kind were there settlements, and if there were settlements to what degree, but it doesn't seem to be anything major. You don't get really big kind of proto-urban settlements until the arrival of the Norse, but there does seem to be some Roman presence because they're getting wine somehow. You can't easily grow wine in Ireland.
Wine and Christianity, and those two things certainly suggest Romans. But at the same time, didn't you tell me it was Tacitus says, yeah, Ireland sucks, don't bother?
Yeah, Tacitus is interviewing his uncle, And his uncle's like, oh, we could have taken it with like Legion, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Like Britain was hard. They're like, but why would we bother taking it? Because all they got is cows and slaves, and I'm like, that is an accurate assessment. They did take all their gold in the Bronze Age, so there's not much left.
Yeah. Yep. No, I guess the journey changed her, for want of a better way to explain it. To hop back into the game, you know?
Yeah.
So, is he saying that in the, like, 1840s, 50s, 60s, as Irish people flee to America, something about the crossing causes her to become adopted into Haitian voodoo and become Maman Brigade? Huh?
There's a really bad modern folk etymology that Baron Samedi is from Samhain, which I hope they don't bring up because it doesn't work at all. And essentially relies on not knowing how Samhain's pronounced, but
Yeah. Well, that's analyze. I don't want to analyze. I wanted actually looking at the evidence. Yeah, right. I guess he must mean like 18th century migration, right? Yeah, like 17th and 18th century migration to get incorporation into enslaved populations. Cromwell at it again!
Yeah.
It's always fucking Cromwell. I mean, I would have talked... I would have talked to him about everything. Crap.
Who else can you talk about the goddess Bridget to? Ooh, why have you put a fada on that eye?
Donald Finn. We could talk about it with Best Guy. Let's do it. You know the goddess, Brid. I do. A friend of mine was a priestess of hers. Brid is not one of the sovereignty goddesses, but in some ways she should have...
Oh no! Okay. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. When the Catholic Church came here, she alone was deemed too powerful to be swept under the rug, and so they canonized her.
The Catholics, infamously around in the 5th century.
Famously, we definitely have a defined Catholic Church as not just the Christian Church, right? Catholic small C church.
Keep going, and I'll have opinions when we get to the end of this.
St. Bridget of Kildare she became, while the same domains, husbandry, midwifery, healing. You may have noticed her crosses hung along the walls of the manor. My own Loa, Maman Brigade, is said to be part of the old goddess that fled the church and was changed in that... Huh?
Oh, we're making it a triple goddess. Alright, keep going. Well,
we're making a triple goddess, but also, what are you implying? That there's fleeing in the 5th century?
Also that, yeah, good point.
It's interesting, isn't it? 3 versions of the one goddess, all distinct yet so similar, all back together under this roof, so to speak.
Okay. Can you scroll up so I can just go through this sequentially?
Yeah. Take it away.
Okay. It's very unlikely that anyone would be a priest. First of all, I don't know why. I think this is a modern Irish spelling, which is why it's throwing me. But like, yeah, I'll put it in the chat. This is the medieval spelling. It's just that I've never seen a fada put on that. So like, I don't know. I just pronounce it brich. Brich. I guess you could put a fada maybe. I don't know. So there's probably nobody worshipping this figure at this point in history. It would be very odd. Yes, we're gonna get Dawn in a sec. Sovereignty goddesses are a whole thing. We are currently academically in the process, essentially, of systematically picking this apart. The basic idea is there's a motif in early Irish literature, possibly, if it's Scots Gaelic spelling, that'd be weird that we have a second Scots Gaelic thing. Sovereignty goddesses is a motif that is primarily in Ireland. We seem to have a attestation of a similar belief among the continental Gauls, and one of the very few kind of narratives that survive from the Gauls. The basic idea is there is a woman, a supernatural woman, who a young man encounters, and through a form of sexual contact or the dispensation of alcohol from the supernatural woman, the man is given legitimacy to rule a territory. We used to, so this is we have several examples of this. This is a result probably of a bit of a pre-Christian tradition being brought together with the Christian standard medieval European Christian image of sovereignty, like that's there being like a sovereignty personified as a woman, which is really common in medieval Christianity.
It shows up all the time.
Yeah, super normal. So it seems to be like a synthesis of these things, and this just it isn't Christianity stealing an ancient thing. This seems to be we both came to the same conclusion. This works pretty well. And Ireland was very desperately looking for things to make both of these systems click together. So yeah, so there's and very helpfully a lot in some of the cases these women are literally named sovereignty, like FLAITH, like word for like a ruler. I'll write that in the chat. Now the challenge is we deduced this. For someone asked if Arcanist, it's not the Matrones, there's legends about the founding of the city of Marseille, which has to do which is a Greek foreign man arrives at a local Gaulish kind of court, and there's a feast on, and the daughter of the local chieftain, whose name is Pita, like literally a term for a portion of land, linguistically connected to the English term for peace, like a piece of something. And she is dispensing alcohol at this feast, and whoever she dispenses alcohol to, she will marry and will become the ruler. And that she ends up, there's all these local people, and instead of dispensing the alcohol to a local person, she dispenses it to this foreigner, whose name is literally the good stranger, or the good foreigner, and he becomes the local king. And this is the founding of the city of Marseille, which is a synthesis between Greek and Gaulish tradition. So, it's really cool. It's one of those ones where, like, even
like old and widespread this is, right? The idea of a female, right, daughter or wife of a local leader being a cupbearer who shows favor to a foreigner shows up in sources as diverse as the Aeneid to Beowulf. So like this is super common and very easily adopted because it's bloodlines, right? What you're doing is constructing legitimacy through bloodlines.
There's a book on this called Lady with a Mead Cup. I don't agree with everything in it, but it's pretty kind of solid. Now I will say, we have recently begun to systematically, essentially, like pick apart our sovereignty figure, because we had the bad habit of essentially, we got to the situation of, is this woman? If yes, then sovereignty got us. Like it got really bad, and there's a recent piece that I will put into the chat, where essentially we've just started to go, hey, whoops. By assuming this is the only paradigm that a woman can exist within, we have erased most representations of femininity in this tradition. We made a whoops. Anyways, Bridget's not one of these. Under any circumstance, there's no depiction of Bridget or she's one of these. Okay, great. Next paragraph. The Catholic Church did not do this. The Catholic Church would not exist for like 1,000 years after this happened. Exactly. Whatever. And also, she alone was too powerful? No.
Let's break that apart slightly, right? When we speak of the Catholic Church TM, what we're largely looking at is a development of the 12th century, right? So while there is the Holy See, right, the Vatican and the seat of St. Peter, there is, until we get the schism between Eastern and Western patriarchs in the mid 1000s, there is nothing that we can strictly call the Catholic Church. And really, a lot of the kind of structures and ideas we think of as Catholicism don't emerge between the 1100s and the 1400s. So that's when we say this doesn't exist yet. All of this is happening when there is really only, right, this is after Arianism and some of the early Christian heresies have all gone kaput, so there really is only one Christianity of note operating, and it's calling it Catholicism, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. Now, to the idea that she's too powerful, as I said before, like less than 5 sentences, just not just not that significant in the medieval tradition. She's interesting, but again, like there's lots of other interesting figures who show up very rarely. There are a lot of figures that you would yeah, she doesn't seem to have been that super important. Now there are figures that are very clearly pre-Christian survival in Ireland. Exactly which ones is can be a very controversial fight in academia. The one that I would be more than willing to just like bet, not my life, but like a good of one of my arms on is the character Dawn. Dawn is attested in early sources as one of the ancestors of humanity. He is survives slotted into the role of the folkloric devil in Irish tradition. There's an entire place called Chechtún in early tradition, which is where like 8th century poems where the dead are supposed to go after they die, the House of Dawn, and like you get ideas of animal sacrifice to Dawn into like the late 1800s, like they'd be going on at the time of this narrative. So like, and the local Christian population is like, yeah, you know, not all across Ireland, but there are folkloric records of it just being a thing that you can believe in Dawn and still be a Christian, and it's fine. So it's kind of like, if they were going to target someone, I would target the death god, who's just still active and like a part of folk Christianity in parts of Ireland into like the 1800s. But you know, Bridget of Kildare has the same domains. First of all, we're not going to get into domains. That's not how gods work. That's how D&D does stuff. But whatever.
Yeah.
Husbandry, midwifery, and healing. No, like there's no evidence that there's no historical evidence that the medieval figure was associated with the first two. She is a patron. There's a text.
Right, it's Margaret mostly for midwifery, isn't it?
In Ireland, these are things associated with the saint. Sorry, I meant like the two of the Donnan figure.
Gotcha.
Healing, yes, she is a patron. There are supposedly three sisters. This is it's Cormac's glossary that says there's three daughters of the dog, but each named Brich. He's bad at naming people. And one's a patron of poets, one's a patron of smiths, one's a patron of physicians. So potentially a link with physicians there. Healing. But yeah, that's. Oh, and the triple goddess thing. I don't even think the triple goddess thing has entered like popular conception at this point, because this is the result of
Graves hasn't happened yet.
Exactly, Graves hasn't happened yet. Graves takes the image of Hecate over in Greece and goes, clearly everyone's doing the same thing, and he brings us to Ireland. Like, you might be familiar, everyone, with the Morriganna. I'm like 95% sure they're going to become very significant because we've already seen the Washerwoman.
With all the ravens, and the Washerwoman.
Yeah. While modernly we often go, oh, there's 3 of them. Medieval Ireland was like, yeah, there's 3 of them. Anyways, we have this problem where there's actually like 5 or 6 of them, and they can't decide which 3 are the core ones. And this is because
their names are
and isn't it?
What?
Go for it. Do you want to guess what?
I can never remember the actual names of the Erinyes.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. Oh, because in the first ascension of the Tawn, when the Morrigan shows up, it goes, Electo's here. Oh, by that I mean the Morrigan.
Electa, and what's her face? Yeah.
Yeah, Tiffany. Yeah. So yeah, it's so they essentially had this. They wanted to make them like the Furies from classical tradition, but they had too many of them, so it got really messy. The reason that there's 3 is because they're riffing on classical tradition, and there's not actually 3 of them. Sorry. Like we got a whole lot out of that with this thing this guy just said. But this is a wild stuff to come out of this man's mouth.
True. Admittedly, 1897, we are in the era of takes.
Yes.
We are in peak.
The thing is,
academia is 2 generations old for a lot of these fields, and we're getting so many editions, so many translation movements, and no one's really actually systematically doing shit with that.
Has Cormac's glossary been translated yet? One sec. Sorry. If this was in the 1970s, I'd be like, yeah, this is absolutely a 1970s take.
This is also totally a 1970s take, because this is peak Graves / Demezel / pick your poison comparativism.
Oh, Whitley Stokes has made an edition of it. Yes, okay. There are parts of Cormac's Glossary have been translated, but it's like
Nice.
within the last like 4 or 5 years.
Nice. So we're on the cutting edge of hot nonsense. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
What's Haiti actually doing in the 1890s? I have no idea, Securitas. Actually, I'm going to be real. I also don't know if this man's actually Haitian or if he's American. Funeral director from New Orleans. I mean, we all called that he was from New Orleans. Oh, sorry, New Orleans? Well, alright. Screw it. Civil War. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. Let's talk about him. Tell me about yourself, Mr. Dupre. Well, let's say I run a funeral home back home in New Orleans, but I've come to Ireland to handle a personal matter. Wasn't expecting to end up at a thing like this while here, but I learned the event seemed like something I couldn't miss out on. Now I have an interest in your mythology and, well, voodoo, but it's not uncommon back home, but I know it scares outsiders. So an event that mixes both? How could I not attend? I take it you're close with Mama and Brigitte, Mr. Dupre? Deeply, Mr. Ward. When grief is a constant companion, she's there to remind me that both the living and the dead need healers. I'm devoted to her and her teachings. Okay, sure. Tell me strange dreams? I've been having the strangest dreams. Have you now? I'll confess to some strange patterns, yes? Mine start with classic Celtic iconography around the tell, standing stones, spirals, all that. It's all in the Manor walls at first, but the more I often dream of it, the more I'm seeing the same elements, but in my funeral parlor at home. That sounds unnerving. First I found it quite comforting. The views of home are crystal clear and help with my homesickness. Once I realized I could not reach home, then, yeah, unnerving. I could only ever find my way to the seance, or what I took to represent that at least. It's given some apprehension about attending, I cannot lie. Though I've already been here the longest, at least from the guests. Any longer, I'd fear this place will get its claws in me for good. Take on St. Bridget's Cross? Let's go. Someone's been putting St. Bridget's Cross around the manor, haven't they? So I've seen, but I'm not sure who. I tried to ask the housekeeper, but she gave me the filthiest glare and rushed off. Now I suspect that she'd rather die than have anything to do with magic ritual or myself. Oh good, she's racist. Why not? Washerwoman and Evelyn Dean. Oh, wait, is the person washing clothes in the fountain when I arrived? Not that I believe there's a creature here, a variant on the more well-known Banshee. So, Keenan are singing to forewarn of death, this other creature washes the clothes of the doomed soul. I think she's called the Banshee, or Washerwoman. I suspect there's entries on her in the library. And Evelyn Dean. I believe I've met everyone here. I don't know her particularly well, everyone here is new to me. I gather she's a powerful practitioner and a woman with complicated connections to many here. And I suppose that's to be expected when one is at the top of one's game.
Not at all.
Extremely fun. Oh, that was extremely fun.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. What's on the timetable here coming up? Lobby, front courtyard, atrium. There's a lot of folks, we don't know where they are. Heck. Alright. I think I should go hunt down the library.
Yeah.
But I think before that, this is a really good time to take another restroom break because I desperately need to do that. So, back to the snails. And, I'll let chat mull on the moralness of, Lloyd Dupre, and his extremely capital T takes. Very good egg. Look, I like a lot of these people. Some of them are doing poisonings, but I like a lot of them. Like, and it's a testament to how good they're, like, representing a lot of these characters, both as characters and as little snapshots of different sort of magical realities at the end of the 1800s.
Yeah.
But like
Like
yeah.
I think he's an excellent example of like these are conclusions someone could be coming to. I think it's a little bit ahead of the time, but it's totally viable.
Right,
I think
exactly.
probably
All
the
the
reason you're not seeing
evidence
people
is
make
there.
the leap. Yeah. And I feel like the reason you weren't seeing people make the leaps is the early Celticists were primarily linguists who had probably had no goddamn idea what was happening outside of the very niche area of language they were studying. No one probably was aware of Madame Brigitte.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So we'll be back in just a moment, so do not go anywhere. We've got a lot more, well, probably library. I'm going to be so real. I'm going to find the library, and we're going to probably spend most of the rest of the stream in the library.
Yeah, I wonder if they're actual books that they're using, because that would be really handy if we could actually be like, oh, this is the source the game was using because it's the source the game's reproducing.
God, that would be helpful. I mean, they have
Yeah,
been
it'd be
willing
great.
to use some real books. So, like,
Mm-hmm.
we are grounding this in actual, race science, oops, but the potential is there. Okay, we'll be back shortly, don't go anywhere. Hey chat, you should spam some marginalia, because we just got a redemption for a marginalia moment. Look at all those good marginalia you could be spamming right now, for the low cost of a Twitch Prime sub. Look at them go! Alright, now that I have consumed the donut and waved my cat at you all, he's such a handsome guy, isn't he? We're gonna hang out here while we're waiting for Emmett to get back. I still have plenty of tea. Aw. My boy wants so much attention. Hi, boy. I'm scooping you. Oh. Mwah. Are you gonna meow for my friends? Or are you gonna stand here and be very confused? Oh, he's gonna wiggle. You have an interview tomorrow and need to sleep. Yes, please, Ailey. Thank you so much for hanging out for so long. You were cleaning out earlier and Joe claimed a box. Oh. Yes, good luck with the interview. Get some rest. The VOD will be here. Alright. And, welcome back, everyone. You like the Eurostream? Look, Ailey, I'm going to be so real with you. If it weren't for the fact that I sleep in way too late on weekends, this would be the time we'd start all the time. That's always the intention. The problem is that I am required to be a morning person for work, and I resent that, and I make up for it on weekends and don't wake up until like noon, and so can't get started in an hour. So, we're working on that. That's so real. Look, I am nothing if not relatable. But the work says 8 AM is a fine and valid start time, and I disagree with every fiber of my being. Your workday starts at 7. Good Christ. That's not okay. Morning people run a conspiracy. Look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I fully believe that morning people hijack the systems of capitalism specifically to ruin night owls. Academia is the only place that has been saved from this horror, on the grounds that professors are also almost universally non-morning people, and so hate the 9 AM class slot as much as everyone else does. I'm also, though, not a night person. I am most productive between the hours of 3 PM and 7 PM, and then after that it's ruined both ways. Nepacros, you don't happen to teach, do you? That sounds like a teacher schedule. Like a 7 AM to 3 p or an 8 AM to 3 PM school day? So 7 to 3:30? No. Ew. KJ. Oh no. Terrible. Alright, well, if you are just tuning in, welcome. We are playing the Seance at Manor, which is set in 1897, and is basically, extremely, like, interestingly researched, detailed Irish Gothic horror. And it rules. And so to help me out, I've recruited my friend, Emmett Taylor, who is a specialist in Irish literature and folklore, to be able to actually talk competently about any of the stuff, and it is awesome. There is so much fun happening in the game. We just had a very long, rambly digression into the relationship between St. Bridget of Kildare, the Northern English, potentially Irish goddess Bríoch, and the voodoo Loa Maman Brigida. It's been awesome. So fascinating.
Yeah, really.
That button still doesn't
really
work.
Interesting.
It turns out no matter how many times I press the button on my stream deck, it still doesn't take me to the right scene. And frankly, how dare it? Nepacros, we already sequence broke really badly. So... like, I'm gonna go swing by room 15, see if we have enough information to deal with it. Oh, also, actually, Mr. O'Finn, I'm on the way.
Okay, good thought.
Tell me about Bree. Aye, her father was the chief of the Tuatha De Danann. She's a powerful and versatile god. Her realm is up in the Fart? By Dundalk. On a shrine.
Fucking something. What?
But then I think that's how she'd like it. Interesting. Strange dreams. Strange dreams. Funny you say that. I don't recall the dream, but I woke this morning with both a wanting to stay and a wanting to get the hell out of this place. Sure, how am I meant to do both? Close, but not enough. Damn it.
That's the that's the birth site of Saint Bridget.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
A hotel. Tell me about Lloyd. I would talk about his ways and mine. We cut out a while, but he was hitting off by accent. He was fierce polite about it, mind. What does he mean hitting off your accent?
No, I should go.
Only do some.
What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, I was as soon as I got the trigger that I should try and find Evelyn Dean's room, I made my way over here. And, bouncing off? Yeah, that would make sense. And then we wandered over this way, and wandered down to the bottom, and immediately put, 3 and 3 together, and found some bones about it. So, okay, let me use it. Come on. How is this possible? What is this place? Whatever black magic caused this, someone went through a lot of trouble to mask Miss Diane's room. Okay then. Let's go on in. Master key for the corridor? Oh. The thing is, right, we knew literally instantaneously that this was Evelyn Dean's room, because when we saw the room assignments, room 15 had a tear out of it.
Oh, that was very well done audio cue.
There's a loose floorboard here. Is there something under it? It's a note. Start in the garden in autumn. Walk east to the junction, then north for 3. Turn west and walk for 2 junctions, then south for 1. It's kept behind the cornerstone, which is seen when you face the stairs.
Oh, this is the hedge mage. The hedge mage? No, hedge maze.
It is.
The druid ghost there.
Hi.
Send it the schedule.
Yes. Hello, buddy. What crimes are you about to commit? Can you see him yet? You can't see him yet.
We could see him a little earlier. Or at least I could. I might have a wider shot. I do have a wider shot.
Yeah, you do have a wider shot. We'll see when his tail goes in front of the camera in about 3, 2, 1. There he is. Everyone say hi, Winter. It's hard to play the video game when he's standing in front of literally everything relevant. Like right now I can't get back to the game because he's standing in front of OBS directly. So just that's the way this is. Yup. But yeah, so that's got to be a map for the hedge maze. What in God's name brought Miss Dean here in the first place? Good question. Also,
do we have to look at that strange page independently?
Oh, yes. Another pattern. But what am I supposed to draw this time? Oh.
Oh, it's hiding text, I bet. Oof.
Well, this is terrible, actually. Yeah, okay, and then that's a dead end. Oh. What do you, there's what? There's so many that go to so many places. Why are there so many that go to so many places? This is brutal. Wait, that connects to everything. Nah. I have no idea what symbol this is trying to draw.
Yeah, I think Space Nerd is correct that we might not have found it yet. However, that doesn't mean we can't break it open with a big
like, I know
force.
what the shape... I know pretty much what the shape is trying to be. Right?
Oh, is it the 3 triangles?
It's not the 3 triangles. It's not strictly the 3 triangles. A TIE fighter? That's basically right.
Yeah.
Hi. There we go. Nope, that has to be like the last. Ooh. Well, what path can't this do? Good Christ. It literally... So I bet, actually... oh, that connects there as well. This is the most dubious... I'm feeling there was significantly less grief to search the rest of the room and find the pattern we need somewhere. I don't know that we're going to find the pattern we need somewhere. I'm going to be so real. I don't know that that pattern exists, especially...
Ooh.
Wanted poster for arson. Set some fire to some prison carts. Wait, guys, she's based. Didn't realize just how dangerous Miss Barbosa was. Dangerous or foolish, but with fire, there's not much difference. Bottle of turpentine.
Oh, got more poison.
And another mark. Scuffs by the bed's legs. Looks like it's been recently moved. Escape. Move. It's the same thing. That'll work, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work.
Yeah.
Right, just prison... Well... So, is it someone tried to erase this? So, someone tried to erase the mark and then disguise the room with magic.
That sigil. It unlocked some kind of... Somebody painted this sigil under the bed on the night Miss Dean went missing. The same one from my dream. When they came back to remove it, they couldn't, and they magically sealed the room to cover their tracks. I have a hazy understanding of the sigil's intent somehow. It draws attention to the person above it, though attention of what I do not know.
That's not good.
It brings them back to the dream, maybe. I'm unclear. It's as if I have memory.
So she's gone trapped in the other world.
Yeah.
She's gone kidnapped by spooks and taken to the other world. So there's nothing relevant in the... Or there's nothing in here that is going to tell me what this pattern is, looks like, does. Okay. Well, I guess let's upgrade everything. Or let's take a look at as many things as we can.
Allah.
So that's that one, which cool. Omera, we don't know a lot. Okay. Let's go into other ones. Miss Dean's bedroom. So... Oh, the turpentine is to try and strip away the sigil. I wonder if those... Oh, the things brought to her. Well, that's a good question. Before... I want to get out of here before 10 o'clock. Right. Hi.
Oh, well. Hello there. Hold on. Isn't that... It is, isn't it? I'd forgotten, but I'm sure of it now. What were you doing in there?
Claim to be her... Claim room change, claim to be her friend. Tell him the truth.
He already thinks angels, or not thinks, he probably already in communion with angels. So if they're like actual angels, if he's actually talking to angels, then he's probably, we've been told he is reckless, but he's a saint. So I don't know.
Sure. What's the worst?
Yeah, but he shouldn't have been able to forget if he was a saint.
Well, what's the worst that happens is that we game over and we reload a save.
Yeah.
So, Karados, thank you so much for hanging out.
I'm looking into where Miss Dean has gone.
So?
Someone has reason to believe she's gone missing.
She's gone? I thought I hadn't seen her. But I suppose I was hoping I'd just missed her. I mean, I saw her late on Tuesday night. I didn't speak to her, but she didn't seem to be herself. She looked like she might have spent some significant time at the bar. She went towards
so the
East
stumbling,
Tower
the knocked over
behind you.
stuff.
I considered following her to see if she was all right, but, well, even drunk, she was faster than me with this blasted stick.
Well.
Anyway, I'm not one to go chasing.
Sure you're
her.
not.
So, but if you believe something to have happened to her then, as I mentioned, she was out of it when I saw her. I'd say she was at the bar, and that is likely true. But she may well have been there getting something from the barman. The porter, Doyle. He's a bit of a user. And Evelyn always finds those.
Oh.
Anyone with a supply can share a supply.
So the tremor.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. If the tremor is heroin, or especially heroin withdrawal...
Maybe you can learn something from him?
Well, this is good information to have.
I hope it does. Evelyn's a terror in her own right, but she doesn't deserve anything to happen to her.
Well, that was very kind. This team was walking around the grounds in the days just prior to her disappearance. Hypothesis unlocked. Ooh, we should take a look at that. Back. What's this hypothesis? Like, we're pretty close. 16 out of 20 things, so we should be... Was seen... wandering the southeast corridor in a terror caused by the sigil under her bed. Alright, Emermoto, thank you as well.
Miss Dean was wandering the halls in
A lot of folks saying Adam, that's completely okay.
Brought on by the markings painted under her bed. What does this tell me about the...
They got the wrong target, they use magic, they're bad at cleaning, they have no plan.
Given the sigil was under Miss Dean's bed,
They're bad at
that
cleaning.
seems to be the case. They seem to have...
Oh, I think that's very useful information. I think we can actually discount a bunch of people because of that.
Because they're bad at cleaning?
I think we can, like, most of the staff, we can be like, we're probably, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know that I suspect...
I wonder if they're... And if not, what
Uh-huh. Press 1 to start investigating. So now investigate the mystery called the culprit. Culprit facts are on the right, left. Eliminations are not permanent. Okay. So. You. Investigate. No. That's not right. So can I... oh, E to eliminate. Cannot be him. For a lot of reasons. He cannot do that. You cannot use magic. Who else do we know can't use magic? That isn't helpful. We don't know a lot about anyone else. Does not trust or use magic. That doesn't... So there's a lot of things that it doesn't... I don't really suspect it's either of those two. I don't really suspect it's him, for a bunch of reasons. But, you know. But yeah, there's none of them. Right? Well, time to go. This is so cool. One thing I'm really loving, actually, is how much...
Painting's not.
Oh yeah, it is. But... Right, I'm really, really enjoying... how... thoroughly, or how naturally each piece is leading to each other piece. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, we got the lead that we should figure out which room Evelyn Dean wanted to be part of. Or, we need to figure out what room she was staying in. We solve that, and that immediately leads us to that bit of information. Anyway, bye lovers. Oh! Percival downed into eternity of torment, and for what? He knew their screens would go unheard. How long were they trapped here? Under Eamon. No, best not dwell on it. Uh-oh.
More things were like, oh, we're dropping a lot of names we don't know.
Okay, but contextually, Eamon must be his brother that Evelyn Dean's father killed.
Yeah. I think the next clue is the handprint that we saw.
I would agree. That's sort of my thought, is it's over this way. Rather than thinking it's out. But yeah, I don't really suspect that it's Vincent Farley. Yeah.
Another Knox painting.
Yep. And now it's 10 o'clock, so everyone just changed, which is why I wanted to be gone. In case of someone less friendly. What? Because everyone moves on the hour. Which is why I really didn't want to be in Evelyn's room when it struck 10. The smudge handprint was over here, wasn't it?
Yeah. In the chair.
Yeah. Which means that she didn't go into the bathhouse. That's askew. So the question is that up the stairs, or into the gardens, or into where?
I bet into the gardens because we have that clue. Yeah.
God, ooh.
You know, this is actually... This is very much like a lot of kind of... This is very accurate to Irish estates constructed in this period. I've been to one or two, and they all kind of look like this, in like semi-dilapidated, no matter how much effort people have been putting into keeping it intact. They're just kind of too big.
Yeah. I mean, this is too big. Like, what the hell? Right? I mean, at its heyday in the 17th century when it was first commissioned and constructed, I would expect this has a staff of like 50 to 100 who would be mostly living outside of the walls of the manor in the surrounding community. And now it's got a staff of what, 4?
Yeah. This is also when you have that awkward period where like poured concrete was new, so a lot of stuff is in poured concrete that now you look at it and you're like, this is incredibly tacky.
Yeah.
that all this is poured concrete.
Right, abandoned residence.
With something in the shrubs in the center path, says Space Nerd. Ooh, oh, that's the directional thing for that clue. That we saw in the room.
There it is. That is Evelyn D. Night dress. So then Evelyn D went out here. Good catch. But yes, I think this is absolutely the directional comment in the treasure map. Start in the garden in autumn.
Okay.
The question is, what's autumn?
Well, it's autumn right now.
I mean, sure. But autumn's clearly a directional point. Less a treasure map and more a treasure riddle. There's the hedge maze. But we're not quite ready for the head. I guess, I wonder if these are each things. Or if these are all identical. They feel suspiciously identical. Right, the question is, is that spring, summer, fall, winter? Are the statues different figures?
Oh, are they the...
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
That's probably spring. That looks like autumn.
That's one.
Nope, that's spring.
Right.
What? Okay. Oh, that's grapes.
Is this autumn?
That's grapes. Okay. So we wanted the... Where did it go? Sigils, observation learned, documents, treasure map. East to the junction. North for 3 junctions. North is the far side, right?
Yeah.
So it's there. North for 3. 1, 2, 3. West for 2. South for 1. Under the cornerstone. This is where the note from Miss Dean is voiced. Fine, be that way.
If I look in here,
Another book.
found it.
Another book.
A strange book.
Ugh.
It feels as though it's staring right through me.
I don't enjoy that. There's our...
Oh, there we go.
Is it? No, that's... Oh, yes. Okay. So there's multiple different things that we can make using the same set. Right, so this... Oh, no. No, it depends on whether... Oh, yes. Sorry, these are just rotated 90 degrees. Or 45 degrees. The sigil fills me with dread, but it's overpowered by a sense of ambition. Are these emotions my own, or do they belong to someone else? Despite the modern-looking cover, the pages are old and rough. When they are dry, they smell of peat and moss. I'm not sure what this was written with, but I have a fear it was not ink. The sigil fills me with a deep sense of sadness and the fear of being trapped. Now, some Irish letters, but others are unfamiliar to me. Somebody has translated the sigils. Miss Dean, perhaps? The first one means to open, and the second means to close. Why on earth does she have this? Symbols certainly seem like the ones I've been using, but what's their purpose? Do we know where anyone is? Lobby, front courtyard, atrium, stables. We do not. Great. Great. Well,
There's
I guess
another
let's
cloth.
go. What? Another bit. Oh, yeah. So, it tells me into the hedge phase, right? We did talk by... We'll talk to him. We'll talk to him in a bit. I want to follow up, finish up one lead before I get too excited. So what sigil is this shape going to be? Motherfucker. Oh, this is how you're supposed to start the well.
God almighty. A spirit. Is that Miss Dean? She doesn't seem to be moving. I don't think she means to hurt me. I need a closer look.
Hello. What would make you say this is Miss Dean? Please, Lord, don't let this be Evelyn.
You tell me your name.
Nothing, of course. Must be some means I can use to accumulate. Oh no, it's in a fire pit. So Lloyd has some information that we could talk to about her to know what we can do, apparently. Cool. Everything about this is bad. Actually. Also, I can't tell. Is time ticking on when we're not doing anything? When we're just running around?
That's a good question. Was it the audio that was making you think that?
I'm just looking. I thought we were at like 10:08, not 10:10. A slipper. Footprints. Boot prints. A barefoot. So the slipper's there, there's there. Evidence the trail Mary Blake? What do you mean, Mary Blake? Why would Mary Blake be relevant here? Oh, I've gone the wrong way. I shortcut it. Who's in the center pagoda? The spirit medium at the center of this whole shenanigans? Motherfucker. Yes, we have. Yup, thank you. Oh, good. Good. Everything's fine. Nothing bad happened. Another memory, but what was that thing with Miss Dean? It's too large to be a person and transparent? Was it leading her through the maze, and if so, to where? Who was the person watching it all? Was that the culprit observing their deeds? Wait, what's that sound? You did the hedge maze trail before you found room 15. That's tough. That's a tough sequence break. I mean, I love that the game lets you do that.
Oh. Well, what were you going to say to the manager? Hardly likes me anyway. Can I help you?
So it's not heroin. I'll give him that.
Whatever it is you want out here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how accessible heroin would be out here.
Well, I'm not letting you have any. God knows, this stuff's hard enough to get already.
Or maybe.
Anything decent is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's laudanum. This dude.
Yeah, that would make
Not
sense.
Completely safe though, apparently. Well.
Or the half-empty. There's the poison that was half-empty, which is a sedative, right?
They take their arguments outside.
Mm-hmm.
Forget they might be heard.
Have you heard anything interesting? Tell me what you heard, and I promise this encounter stays between us.
Fine. Dean.
Evelyn Dean.
Her.
Yeah.
Last Tuesday, work was quiet, so I slipped out here. I overheard her having a fight about something.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't know. Since we're good pals now, I'll tell you that I did try to get closer, but it was too probably some of this magic stuff they're all so keen on. You'd need to ask him, I guess.
Who?
No. All I could tell you is that it was a man. She was the one with the raised voice. Then she stormed off. I don't know if he followed, but by the time I'd worked myself to a good vantage point, bloody maze.
This has been helpful.
Is this why she's not been about the last few days? Vardy says she left, but I don't know,
but I hope to learn.
Well, if you're gonna be snooping about, it was 8 p.m. they fought.
Cool.
I know because the bar was quiet with all the
That's big.
hobos playing
That's
bridge.
actually such big information. Anyone who's upper class, if they were actually all accounted for playing bridge in the bar, that really restricts our options.
Thank you.
Who was Miss Dean arguing before she went missing and why? I can start by ruling out Father Synod and Mr. O'Finn as they had a ride by then, and Mr. Doyle, since the information came from him. Walter too, as it was an adult man she fought with. There's the boots. And
in some of the rooms we've been in, there's been shoes. I wonder if that's supposed to be a hint.
True! That's a great thought. And a,
Oh, good lord. Alright, what's happening here?
Huh?
Why does this man have antlers?
Giant figure smithing, what could it mean? Huh? An old anvil covered in Celtic knotting despite its obvious age shows no signs of wear or rusting. So, yeah, I'd like to talk to... When they said that there's real history, I guess Ogma counts? I guess. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, is this the vantage point?
It's a vantage point.
Oh my god, this is a very big maze.
Hi, church. The graveyard's over that way, right?
Yeah, I think you're... yeah.
We may have to stop by the graveyard. Ooh, there's the trail hypothesis. I guess we can do that. Mysteries. The trail and the fight. 12 out of 14 bits of evidence. Well, alright. There we go. What is... What are these various red links? Ah, gotcha. Footprints on the boots, yep. And the boot prints can't have come from the shadowy figure. A lot of folks weren't available right now. And couple of folks that were able to talk. Phew.
The
This
druid
dean-
would probably be good for the shadowy figure.
Yeah, was brought to the hedge maze by a shadowy figure while a third party watched. The question is, who's the third party?
Some thing, though I'm not yet sure to where. The whole time they were being watched by the culprit. Can I learn anything useful about the...
The shadowy figure, no. The boot
extra
prints.
prints in the hedge maze must belong to the culprit. So now I know they were immediate. I have picked up another I wonder, and if not, what investigating can I...
Uh-huh. What was the thing that led Misty into the maze? Was it a ghost or something else? Or do some of the guests know? So we have the haunting and the fight as two good leads. But man, everything's leading so naturally kind of point to point. And that's really cool. Also, you.
Ah, Signor Ward. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. And you are?
My name? My name, Signor, is Carmela Mantovani.
Okay.
The same Carmela Mantovani who is hosting tomorrow evening's seance.
Well, you must understand, I'm very stupid. I'm just a little guy, man.
Is this a historical figure arcanist?
That would be very funny.
Or wait, homophone play? Mantovan. Oh.
Yeah. That Carmela sounds a hell of a lot like Carmilla.
The psychic. Is that
Yeah.
how you know my name?
Yeah. You make a good point.
Ah, you flatter my abilities, Signor. No, I overheard the staff mention a new guest and worked the rest out.
Which, I get that would be a funny reference though, given that Carmilla is written by an Irish man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be a very funny reference. I actually kind of hope that that's what they've done.
I'm something of the detective. No?
I mean, also, like, lots of vampire literature is written by Irish authors.
Another example? I think perhaps you're here for a different reason. Something not like the others.
Yeah.
And why would you say that, madame?
You do not recognize me or my name. I would wager good money that no others came this far west without some idea of those details. Come, allow me to read your cards. Perhaps we can.
I don't need you to discover my real reason for attending.
Maybe you will find a little direction.
I really don't
along
need
the
you
way.
to be the one who does that. I'm gonna do it though.
After that discovery, how can I refuse?
Come closer then, Signor.
I really don't want it to happen, but I'm gonna do it.
A 3-card spread, Signor.
Yo.
1 card for your past.
Let's see. My brother got murder death. I'm somewhat depressed about it, but I'm doing my job, and we're all gonna fucking die.
Yeah, the last one's gonna be Tower.
Let us begin.
Either Tower or Hangman, right?
Yeah.
The 3 of swords.
Uh-huh.
Swords cover the intellectual realm. And this one
3 Dale cards, let's go.
deals with heartbreak. Love, perhaps? But also grief. Sorrow.
Arcadus being salty that it's Rider-Waite Smith, which doesn't exist yet.
Surely your cards can tell you which.
They're pieces of paper, senor. They can't answer anything.
Based.
They put you in front of
She's
questions
self-conscious.
that you may choose to ask yourself.
I actually like that take. Right, it speaks something to her confidence that she's not claiming the cards can do things that they can't, that she's like, yeah, no. They're asking you questions, not giving you answers.
If these cards are to mean anything, only you will know it. The Tower.
Oh.
Okay, fair enough.
Major Arcana. These cards deal with big, life-changing affairs. As you can see, lightning, fire, destruction, and chaos are the purview of this card.
And once everyone does Golden Dawn or Eliphas Levy inspired reads where the cards have an innate meaning.
That sounds bad.
What is bad? This card would suggest that you are, or soon will be, in the middle of something significant and unavoidable. Bad is not the right word, but neither is it good.
And, oh,
Oh, the wind!
inverted fortune. Well, that's not good.
Does that mean anything?
Everything means something, Signor.
Or I guess, not inverted, but
is upright or reversed.
Tapped.
When upright, this card, the Wheel of Fortune, means good luck, prosperity. Reversed, it means, as you may suspect,
yeah.
bad luck and the misfortune. On its side, I believe it means both are possible. I think your future, perhaps all of our futures.
Can we persuade you to sit out your own seance? Just cancel the effect.
However you resolve your tower, this here and now, your own reason for attending, it seems likely to affect us all. You see, I was not wrong. There is more for you here than a mere seance.
Indeed. Though I am unsure what all this means.
Yo.
It means, Signor, tread carefully, but act decisively.
Yo.
So much hangs in the balance.
Uh-huh.
And now, perhaps a more traditional conversation. See?
Okay, okay.
What should we discuss?
I like to analyze. Cards. Sleepy. Huh. And she's got the shivers. 4 evidence filed. Oh. Why is Lloyd Dupre able to be talked about on this? Photo presence, but no, I have not seen her. Tell me, senor, is this her? I think, yes. Senor Dupre left this with me the other day, seeking a spirit. First I thought this was Signorina Dean, but he assures me she is not. Alright. Are you cold, miss? Your hands are shaking. Oh, I wouldn't. Don't worry about that. I've been... Hack. Hack, cough, cough. No, why do you... Oh, I'm fine, it's just a cough. Where is the cold from the weather? London is foggy, but here it is just damp to the bone.
That is very true. Entire country, constantly a little bit damp, a little bit soggy.
Uh-huh. They're occurring when the maze of corridors leading to the seance. That is enticing. Uh-huh. The conductor of the seance. The show of the weather... Whoa, Sonia. Taro, and it doesn't write the same show as a seance. To press your hand to the veil and feel another on the other side, the spirit's calling back. She is deaf like absolute crazy. So, you know.
Oh, she is.
We have met, not here or in London, many times. She flutters from person to person to suit her own agenda. I've seen the damage she has caused, and so I stay away. She cannot poison the flowers she cannot land on. Uh-huh. As I have spoken, didn't know his face. Most of the faces are familiar here, are they not? What is this device? Certo, is not a measure of how successful we'll be. That's what the Marquess tells me. I cannot recall what it measures. Ghosts to the veil, or such. Ah, maledetta memoria. I do not know. Sorry. Great, so the Marquess is behind this stupid thing, and he presumably wants everyone to get killed? We got the bridge game. The only card that interests me are the tarot. It's those I was reading while they played their game. Damn. Alright. Is there anything else we want to talk to her about?
Nothing.
Oh no, Arcanist! Oh shit, you're right. Yep, no, his wife's died. He's wants to use the seance as a way to bring her back, and everything goes wrong. He gets everyone killed. Well, that's gonna... Yep. Is there anything in here that we actually would need to talk to... I guess let's talk to her about her, you know? Oh, I always hate this. I'm from the north of Italy, a farming community. Clear from a young age I was gifted. I would predict things, find lost lives. This was cute. Once I heard the dead, the people grew cold. Even some of mia familia grew distant. Mi nonna, she took me to see a strega, a witch. I learned about the tarot and our folk magic. Italy has its own magic, of course. It sure does. So I was good enough that I made a name for myself. Money and fame came not long after, which is how I came to be here, see? I don't think there's anything else I need to talk to her about right now.
I do like this thing that we seem to be getting of, like, multiple magical traditions all
Yeah.
coming to
it's a
slam
really
together
fun
at great
direction.
speed, and the one traveler who's walked in and is like, what the hell are all of you doing?
It's a really fun direction, and I'm a big fan of it.
Because we've got a Voodoo practitioner, we've got this Northern Italian witch, we've got the angel guy, like a saint,
Angel
I guess.
Guy. I desperately want to know what his deal is. Something about his eyes gives me the impression he's only half in the room. Trace of a white pouch. I mean, angels or coked up, one of the two. He's wealthy, but he doesn't care if people know it or not. Please be Enochian. Hi, I'd love to talk to you about your whole vibe. Tell me about you. You're a dub, like myself. True enough, I'm from Bellsbridge. Bit less like myself then. What the hell did you kid from the south side doing here? Well, I have an interest in this kind of affair, and as you say, the money to attend them. Not that I'm old money, Mr. Ward, or some ancient grand heritage. Just so happens my grandfather was a very wealthy man, and my father after him. And now, here I am, generally disappointing them both, I suppose.
Dublin has the standard north side and south side economic divide.
Of course he does. Quite a reputation now. Yeah, I've heard mention. I didn't think that was actually the case. So it is true, I didn't know. It's nothing so grand, you know. Bad luck, and then knowing that there's an angel waiting at the veil. If you saw such a thing, you'd understand. A being made of nothing but light, so much that to gaze upon it, to feel it light you up. You would understand, I think, if you felt it. It's almost worth the risk meeting death if I might find what it is that it wants. Almost, but there must be another way. Okay. So where this place is giving the strangest things. I haven't noticed anything like that. I don't think so, you. Dang. What are you doing with that? There's a stain in your pocket. Must be soap? It is 1897, so I don't think PCP exists yet. Compliment you on your clothes. You noticed, did you? You have an eye for it then. Not nearly so showy as I could get away with. Just a care not to me, I'm the one wearing it. Once I like what I'm wearing, I don't see much point in showing it off. That isn't what I wanted to talk to him about, but that's okay. I think this is a psychopomp pileup. True.
Yeah,
showing off while
but
horse riding.
I will stress, most of these things aren't actually psychopomps, but people in this time period probably do think they are.
Yeah. You had the bridge game the other night. That was Tuesday? I did not. No, I was elsewhere in my room, praying, I imagine. Yeah, that would have been it. He is not well. Don't take personally, it's not a comment on the company. Not right now, it isn't anyway. It's just, no, I've always had this look, I think. Like, he is not well. Maybe my chance, man. Have I? I might have shown my face if I knew Evelyn was here, but why should I suffer for her lack of decorum? Miss Dean turned down a marriage proposal I made to her a year or two ago, and there was not a second thought to it. Would have been one thing if it was just an offer of convenience, but I thought... I was stupid enough to ask if she'd mind me switching to room 16, you know, just to be near her. At least I was there to overhear her and Miss Quinn arguing in the corridor the other evening. Honestly, quarantine needs to let it go. Evelyn just makes use of people. It's just how she is. Huh. Plans for the weekend?
You should ask him about the druid. It might be...
I should.
Slurified, but...
That's a 12 and try to dissolve. Har har har. Come to think of it, isn't every graveyard visit a near-death experience, yeah? No? Oh, you could smile at least. Imagine this, the year of our Lord 1897, not believing in angels. I suppose I should have expected that kind of backwards thinking from a hermit.
Oh, that was a lot better than I thought we were going to get.
Right?
I thought there was going to be some weird, like, anti-traveler sentiment as a wealthy person from Southside Dublin.
Right? What's his take on you? Uh-huh. I'll leave my dead in peace, but this place is changing around us as Halloween night draws near. And this might even be interesting, though. I won't hang my hopes on it. So I have no idea how to get you to not show up to the thing. Do I know where...
Steal his cane.
True. You're so right. Front courtyard right now.
I thought at the start of this was just go around and break everybody's foot and be like, no one's having a seance. Can everybody
Hi.
leave?
Another crow?
Is that
Who's-
Master Walter watching the grounds from the Blake residence? That's quite the vantage point, Di.
He's wheelchair bound.
Wonder what secrets he's seen.
From out there. When am I going to get a chance to get into that?
The residence was one of the options in the alternate directions out in the, not in the maze, but this place out here. It was the thing to the, like, one of the doors led there.
Yeah, it's out there.
I think it was that one you're facing.
Yeah. But the thing I'm worried about is if anyone sees me in there, I'm out. I'm done.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think I know enough of the schedules to be able
Yeah,
to
to confidently.
reliably get in and out safely. It's locked and hasn't been opened in a while. I suspect there's nothing I need. Okay. Fair enough.
You know, if that isn't the family crest and instead it's a ward, it's being placed in all the correct locations.
Now there's a thought and a half.
Like, it's on all the doors. And it was, like, in front of that other door.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh.
It was above the door you came in through from the outside. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's structured a lot like the sigils we've been engaging with.
Mm-hmm.
Also, yes, there is a certain amount of nominative determinism, as every single detective game should have. It is my steadfast belief that we should always have just a little bit of nominative determinism, because it makes for fun bits. Hello.
Hello again, Matt.
I've got a lot of... You're close with Miss Dean, Mr. Dupre. Miss Dean? No, it does say she looked right through me. She looks so uncannily like my dearly departed friend, you see. Each time I see her, it's like, well, the grief feels fresh. So, came across a ghost. Don't think I'll follow, Mr. Ward. At the fire pit. No, you must be mistaken. Please, Mr. Ward, may we speak of something else? No. No, we may not. There's not the funny seems. Indeed, someone who works so regularly with such forces takes a risk. The way she speaks of it and writes of it, it clearly takes a toll. We have made some arrangements, her and I, just in case. Hoping it won't come to that. Interesting. Shadowy figure. Heard of a great many things, and many cultures claim to have had giants walk their lands in times past, but no. Never seen or heard anything of it, at least nothing that makes me believe. But other things, that's possible. Perhaps not a ghost, but an angelic visitation or other godly figure, maybe. This land's old gods, the Tuatha De Danann, would have been described as larger than man, for example, and the mythology here references many giants in that vein.
I've taken enough of your time.
Not at all, Mr. Ward.
So I don't have what I need to be able to make this man go, but I think it's time we visit that library.
Yeah.
I think it's far past time for us to
Nope.
hit the wild tech meter and see what the books
The
have to say
symbol was in
about it.
front of that door again.
Yeah.
I'm positive it's a ward.
Yeah. There's no way it's not. You've been eating your own hands waiting for the library. Great. I'm so excited. Hopefully,
in case anyone's interested, the actual the old form of the name is to us today. The Danan element is a like 9th to 10th century edition.
Oh, I understand. Certain topics can be researched in the library to uncover further information. Key research topics will always be found on the research desk. The bookshelves can be used to gain supplementary information. The topics can be learned from other characters, evidence, and other research topics. Oh, good Christ.
Okay, so they're done by section. That's interesting.
Okay, thank you. Who are you? Edward Blake. Fair enough. He's got the ward on Blake history.
Yep.
Blake history. Bruh.
Oh, that's interesting. They're distinguishing those.
Chat, I have... Depending on how you think about this, good news or bad news.
Whoa, what is that book?
Irish mythology.
Oh.
Collection of books on the 4 cycles of Irish mythology? 4 cycles?
Ooh, those aren't a concept yet, I don't think.
Alongside writings of supernatural sites and entities. Is there anything I want to look up? Giants. Irish mythology has a share of giants, but none is so worthy as Finn McCool. Bearer of the knowledge and leader of a legendary band of warriors, the Fianna, Finn has many tales attributed to him. Formation of the Giants' Causeway, creation of Isle of Man and Loch Ness, and the battling of many mythological foes. There's some who believe him to be the demigod descendant of McCool, the last king of the Tuatha Dé.
Oh, what? No. Weird. No, that's not a... I've honestly never heard that take, and I've heard a lot of... That's a fascinating. I'm like, huh, never even thought of that. That's not true.
Iconic. The Tuatha Dé, or people of Danu, are the old gods of Ireland, with Danu being a sort of Earth Mother type entity representing the land itself.
Doesn't exist. Fake
Extremely
figure.
loud, incorrect buzzer. When was Danu made up?
Danu seems to be Danu's originally a regional figure associated with Kerry named Anu that, due to some scribal confusion, possibly trying to expand something. I think it's around 9th to 11th century you get this incorporation of the D into the name, possibly from trying to say something like Dia, the goddess Anu, right? And that just becomes
Danu. Absolutely. Makes perfect sense.
And the main text where this happens in the Book of Invasions. There's a significant Connacht population group who has a surname Donnan, which is really easy to write as Donnan, which is the same as Dannan. So it just seems to be confusion that happens in this later period. She's one of the Morgana, Anu, in at least text. If people are interested in this, you want to read, Christ, what is it called? It's one of John's really early pieces. John Carey was, for context, my PhD supervisor, and he's like the main mythology guy. You would want to read the name to us is Donnan. The name to us is Donnan in Action 18.2. It's a really, really short article. It's a good one.
Yeah. Can we write this off as people in the 19th century wrote fanfiction, and this game presents their understanding of Irish mythology? We don't even have to go as far as fanfiction. I think we can go as, this is not that far, there's some made-up stuff, But there's also some stuff in here that is in line with where scholarship in 1897 thought things were, and they just happened to be totally wrong.
Yeah, admittedly, I will also say I don't like. I think that the I think this is totally in line for the correct time period. This is what would have been thought. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, because notably the Book of Invasions has not been translated yet. If any Book of Invasion stuff comes up, it won't be for another decade or two.
Huh.
Yeah, it was done by one crazy dude at the start of the 20th century. But
okay, wild.
The four cycles as a concept also don't exist yet. We haven't settled. Like the cycles are really big and varied, and people are slowly. I think the concept of cycles exists, but I don't think 4 cycles as a concept exists yet. But yeah, I don't think the people who made this game know that Danu isn't real, because Deptford is just something that has not penetrated popular consciousness, even though it's been a thing for almost 50 years.
Yeah.
But it's totally appropriate for people in this time period to think that.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, and that's always the weird thing, right? Is yes, this is a piece of historical fiction that represents knowledge in a state that's not where it was, but also, given that this is a thing that is adapting material in the year of our Lord 2025, how much ought it to make sure that the things it is saying in these supplemental texts that are targeted partly towards the player, that we are reflecting the actual state of knowledge? There is no correct answer to that, but it is a question that is worth kind of poking at with a stick. Anyway, representing the land itself, a race of beings, each twice the height of man with unnatural abilities. Like the gods of many classical mythologies, each one had areas of expertise, though there was much overlapping and infighting as a result.
They had jobs. They were good at those jobs.
I like the phrasing of areas of expertise instead of domains. Even though they mean the same thing, but I actually really like that, areas of expertise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very literal in the case of the Irish gods.
Yeah. Lived across Ireland for countless centuries and battled with various otherworldly foes. Yes, indeed. A Book of Irish Gods. Man, that one takes time. Dang it. Still Demezel-shaped. It still is Demezel-shaped, yes. Smithing Gods. Brave.
The Keliach?
Yep.
Yep, because that's not real, by the way. We'll get to that. That one's going to be the Morgan. I think that one at the top's actually going to be Gwaivnu. That's the Smith figure.
Correct. Got it in one.
Gwaivnu, there we go. Yeah, so Keliach is not tested in Ireland.
Why the Antlers? I'm so confused.
Oh, he's got the belt, though, like they're a druid.
Huh. Well, at least that's where that comes from.
War Witch of the Twisted Danan, not a witch, was the goddess of war, wealth, and death. Crows are her symbol. Sure. I mean, not wealth. Like, she likes cattle, but, like, whatever. I'd associate that more with the war stuff. The Keliach is a whole mess. I don't think the idea of the Keliach being a goddess has shown up at this point in time yet. So the problem is Keliach is the word for nun or old woman. So there's lots of back and forth about, like, can we assume that all these different Keliach that show up in primarily Scottish folklore are remnants of a lost pre-Christian deity? My stance, while there's some work on this by folklorists, I don't think there's sufficient medieval evidence, and I think when you compare it with the bar that Dawn sets as active animal sacrifices in the 1800s, it doesn't match.
Admittedly, that's a pretty high fucking bar.
Oh, it's a really high bar. Yeah, I'll admit, I think it's a really high bar, but, like, you know.
But also, you know, it's a bar that someone cleared, so it's not like it's a stupid standard, because Dawn just does it.
It's frankly unreasonable that it has happened at all, and that we have evidence of it, but, like, even me, who was really skeptical about this kind of stuff, has got convinced about Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, look like we have Gwaivnu out in the
Wonder what
Yeah,
came
the
of all these gods.
things.
Monks wrote lots and lots of commentaries, more or less making up stuff about them. Like, what's the problem? Unless if they're
I
done,
think
in which
all
case
of
they
those
remain.
ones don't. None of those ones have attested deaths, which is interesting.
Research topic:
actually.
the Battle of Moy something or other.
Oh, that's Magtura's. Yeah, that's the War of the Fuvra.
So that's so I mean that's LGE or stuff, is it?
Yeah. It's actually. So yeah, it's stuff that's attested in LGE, but it did exist independently. It was written in the 9th century. Because this is the anti-Norse political propaganda one.
Yeah.
It gets revised in the 11th, but it was written in the 9th.
Sure, but is that stuff that would be transmitted in the 19th
Oh, good question.
century outside of LGE?
Let me check. When was Catholic Truth?
The Irish
there is
mythology
some
being wrong in game would be like writing historical fiction set in the USSR, including texts on Lysenkoism. Yeah. And lots of people are saying have lots of takes about Irish mythology in the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's a lot that you can do that's almost very hard to mess up.
Yeah, Catholic Tour was what year is this? 97?
1897.
6 years ago.
Cool, great, we're good.
Yeah.
Percival Blake. All right, let's fill in the story of who the hell this was. Percival Blake became the Marquess of Doon at the age of 24 when his father Graham died of old age. This was in 1739. He ruled through the Great Freeze, the year of the slaughter, the Jacobite Rising, until he joined in the tsunami of 1755 at the age of 40. Huh?
I have no idea what that tsunami is. That sounds cool.
Oh yeah, I'm looking that up right now. Oh.
Where was it?
Galway.
What? Why? Wait, what happened? What?
The Lisbon earthquake caused a tsunami that smashed Ireland. Huh? Actually,
I've never heard of that. That's really interesting. I'm gonna go bother a bunch of historians about that tomorrow.
The Spanish Arch in Galway is partially destroyed by a tsunami generated by the Lisbon earthquake, which is felt across Munster. Huh?
Wow. Ireland is incredibly tectonically stable, so that's just really weird that happened.
Yeah. Alright. I see some annotations that suggest he didn't drown during the tsunami more than he was drowned during it. Seems he was not popular with the people around him. 1744, a scullery maid went missing. Rumors suggest he rejected events he made. Her fiancé came from a nearby village to find her, and he too wasn't heard from again. Various notes are added from different periods that say staff believe he walled them up alive. There we go. And that solved that. Wilhelmina Blake. Information on Wilhelmina Blake. Wilhelmina August Blake was born in 1788 to Thomas Blake, the 6th Marquess of Doon. She disappeared without a trace on the night of October 29th, 1828. Wait, isn't she the one who has an Egyptian vase? In the portrait?
Yeah, she is. Yeah, because the image in the book there is a cropped
With the portrait. Yeah.
That portrait. Yeah.
Yeah. So, very early for Egyptian mania and collecting. Not impossible, but very early. She had a passion for music from an early age, was often called upon to entertain her father's guests with piano recitals in the drawing room. In the months leading to her disappearance, she developed a keen interest in Egyptology after her uncle, Lord Barnard Blake, gifted her an ancient vase recovered during an expedition in Giza. In 1828?
No, good guess. This dude, Dune is randomly near Limerick. It's really far away from here, which is weird. But it's anglicized the word for fort, not the word for brown. Or dark.
Huh. So, okay. Well, odd. It's not, so it's not impossible that, you know, an Irish nobleman might be doing stuff in Giza. But, like, in terms of how early we're looking, the publication that is considered to be, like, the main one that cracks hieroglyphics is in 1824.
Oof.
And the first major, major trip that Champollion takes to Egypt is in 1829.
Well, she doesn't necessarily know what the hieroglyphics say. Just has it.
As I said, so it's definitely possible, but, like, you know, England does not have control of Egypt yet, right?
No, but it is further use of the motif of, or I don't know, motif theme of cosmology, like other. There's a lot of different shit from different places piling up here.
Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, there are English people working on it in the 1815s. I guess, let me just check. English colonization of Egypt. Yeah. So, right, we're like really, really, really early.
I think I know what that symbol is. Is the ward the symbol that we have to use in the bedroom?
It's similar but not identical.
Okay.
Yeah. Her father experienced episodes of melancholy in his later years and would roam the grounds searching for his daughter, adamant she had never left Blake Manor. Her whereabouts and fate remain unknown. And of course, the vase conveniently disappeared. After her marriage to Jonathan Blake, the Marquess of Doon in 1881, she gave the title of Marchioness. Marchioness Blake established the Blake Foundation in 1890. Through the foundation, the Marchioness constructed and funded several orphanages, ragged schools, and widows' almshouses in impoverished rural towns and villages across Connacht. The Marchioness committed much of the Blake fortune to the foundation and organized fundraising events across Ireland and Great Britain. She spent her free time teaching English in one of the foundation's local schools and privately funded the university education of over 40 pupils. Marchioness Blake took up a position of philanthropist and charity worker, acting as a pillar of her community and the very image of a God-fearing woman until her death in 1894. She's too good to be true. Nah, I'm super sauce. Wow. Originally, the English Blakes, the British family now resident in Ireland's Connacht region, are descendants of the illustrious war veteran Edward Blake, served during the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland. In reward for service and valor, Blake was rewarded some of the sea's land on which he built the manor now known as Blake Manor. While there are, must be admitted, a number of ghoulish tales about Edward Blake and his subsequent family line, these should not be paid heed, for surely they indicate nothing more than superstition and occasional local unrest. Why are we got actually... If this is the same, I'm going to be mad. Nope. Yes. See some... yeah. Well. Well. Don't make me waste my time again. Walter. There's nothing about Walter yet. Jonathan? Ninth person told the title was passed down to him by Richard Blake, son of William Blake. William Blake was said to be a stern and ruthless man who would do anything for the betterment of his family. I should say William Blake, not that one. Since William Blake is a well-known author, artist, many things, did very interesting work. So William Blake, not that one. Richard Blake was considered quite the opposite. His interest kept him from the manor, and on his passing in Paris, Jonathan Blake opened the hotel grounds as a hotel in 1870. Edward Blake, 1630 to 1703, was an Englishman serving in the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland. He was a notable figure among the English forces and was credited for his success by Cromwell himself, who awarded a significant parcel of conquered land in Connacht. The Blakes have gone on to become significant figureheads in their community and have upheld their position for a few hundred years. Okay, but Irish history. Oh, this just keeps going. Keening, or lamenting over the dead, is an ancient custom practice in Ireland with origins tracing back to... What?
Sure, alright, that's a dumb opinion that people would have a century and a half ago, yeah. Oh yes, this is people going like Irish is clearly related to Hebrew. Yeah.
True. The Irish word
this is perfect
keening,
dumb
kina,
shit.
closely resembles the Hebrew kina, both being lamentation or weeping with clapping of hands. Sure. Yeah, totally. Sure. Yep. Traditionally, Irish bards led the funeral songs that addressed the deceased's genealogy, rank, possessions, virtues, and vices. But over time, hired mourners, often women, took over. Throughout the middle of the last century,
very
the custom
complex.
was very generally adhered to in Ireland, as well as in families of the highest condition, as among those of the lower orders. Of late years, the custom has followed greatly into disuse. It is now of rare occurrence, except in some very few old families, and among the peasantry, to become more of a wordless, mournful cry. Simon from Blueprints and Declan from this game switch places. How far do they get? Simon gets got, like, so fucking quickly. I'm going to be real, he's not prepared for the level of ruthlessness of, like, 3/4 of this cast. Declan... I feel like Declan will eventually get... Declan will get bored because there's nobody to accuse. Like, it's just wandering around solving mysteries instead of accusing people of having infinity poisons. In the winter of 1739, a violent storm hit Ireland. The resultant drop in temperature was so drastic that liquids froze indoors. There are no official records of how cold it got, but some measurements taken by enthusiasts claim it dropped as low as -20 degrees.
-20. Ooh.
That's
spooky.
chilly. That's chilly. I don't know. Right.
Admittedly, for Ireland, that would scare the shit out of people. Where
Right,
I'm just like, oh, Ottawa, -40.
Exactly. Right? I'm from the upper Midwest. You're from Canada. We're used to this shit. The Irish, deeply unprepared for this. Scoffs at Winnipeg.
Nothing here is insulated. Like, I'm sitting in, like, I'm with a blanket on right now because, like, I've got a window to my left. That window is from, like, probably the mid-1800s.
Nice.
I get close to it and the temperature drops 5 degrees.
Yep. The scoffs in Winnipeg are, yep. True. So real. Right. My Iowa residing ass got nothing on Winnipeg.
Yeah.
The year of slaughter, the first of Ireland's 3 famines, crop and herd damage from the Great Freeze, resulted in massive shortages in milk and food. Records suggest that as high as 20% of the population died. It was a higher proportion of lives than lost from the Great Famine a century later. Tsunami. Massive earthquakes in Portugal sent a tsunami north that hit the south and west part of Ireland. Seems to have reached as far up as Connemara, where this manor is built. Untold thousands died from the tsunami. The earthquake itself claimed the lives of over 100,000 Portuguese. Great Famine. It's been less than 50 years since the Great Hunger that lasted from 45 to 52. A blight wiped out the potato crops. Most of the population relied on that to survive, as the English rule exported every other resource from the country. Peas, beans, rabbits, fish, honey, and more. On top of this, the English corn laws... See, so when I said, hey, the game has an odd responsibility between what is a period text and what is presenting the history as it is actually understood today, this is a fantastic example. Because I don't know that any English language text in 1897 would be this explicit on the fact that it is English social policy that makes the Great Hunger what it is.
Yeah. There might be some Irish ones. Because, like, we're leading into the Easter Rising. We are 20 years away from the Easter Rising.
Yeah. Right? But yeah, there may be some newspapers who are kind of accusing the English government of that, and they would do so correctly. But like a history? This feels like a still fairly radical take for this period. Despite being, factually true.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that...
Coffin ships would not be a term yet.
Again, potentially in some very, radical progressive newspapers. But, yeah, that doesn't seem like Uh... Oh, it actually, sailing coffins in 1848, popularized in the 1870s.
Oh.
So, but still, like, we're looking, like, still very radical, exclusively used in pro-independent circles.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it being in the library due to that the most recent the woman who died a few years ago.
Maybe. Uh-huh. Yeah, but still odd. Right?
Yeah, let's see what they think about standing stones, because this is gonna be weird.
Standing stones, or Manor, are large, deliberately placed stones found around the world, but especially in Ireland. There's no consensus on the purpose of standing stones. There are no records detailing it, nor any surviving traditions that can be reliably traced. However, there are several theories as to their purpose. Those most commonly held will posit that they mark the boundaries of territories, or that they had ritual significance to the old Druidic religion. Some menhir, Clochfada in the Irish tongue, are found to be inscribed with a long-forgotten and therefore indiscernible language. That presumably is Ogham.
That has to be Ogham. I think it's just no, because like at this we do know what Ogham means at this point because we've already had I wish I had my note. I have one notebook where I have all my Ogham notes. There was like a really weird, incorrect take early on that Ogham was sign language. That you'd use your sternum as the central line, and because the reason there's only 5 strokes using your fingers. That's not how sign languages work, because you'd have to spell out every single word. But, you know, cool first crack, and somebody should use that in a fantasy novel.
Yeah. Sadly, we couldn't look up anything in world history or flora and fauna yet. Many accomplished modern doctors and physicians have been born, raised, and trained in Ireland, and thus there is no shortage of such doctors there. Ireland is home to a parallel discipline known often as folk healing. That is the tradition of healing ailments common and uncommon with hedge magic, from the tangible, such as the application of herbal teas and tinctures, to the intangible and somewhat more fantastical, often the creation or application of charms or rites. While there is a belief that such ability is available to anyone, particular prowess is known amongst the community and often leads to 1 or 2 people being noted authorities on the practice within their communities. That was fine.
Fairy doctors. Yeah.
Aww. Man, I just want to keep reading, though. Psychology. Aww. Portrait? Looks every bit like Oliver Cromwell's bloodhound. How many innocents died so he could have his portrait? Get wrecked. Archaeology. Boo. Are we trying to summon Cthulhu? No. We're trying to avoid getting killed by the Morrigan and or a Banshee. Oh, there's... Okay. World geography. Ireland. Construction of Blake Castle began in 1652 and land awarded to veteran soldier Edward Blake was a matter of no small undertaking or finance, and the work continued over generations. As said, the manor was built on ground the local residents considered to once have been sacred, but records of this do not exist.
Oh. We built this on a Sheila? That's not good.
That may explain why it's super cursed.
Yeah.
The westernmost
Especially
province of
if
Ireland...
they dug into the ground.
Yeah. Westernmost province of Ireland once... Well, there is a basement, so they must have. Yeah. Once a collection of kingdoms and site have had witness to 2 of the most terrible battles in Irish history. While interstate with significant periods of peace, Connacht has a history of warfare. Partly to the Irish rebellion against the crown, aided by French forces, and backdrop to the Cromwellian conquest, Connacht is a much contested stronghold of Irish culture. Ulster, the northernmost province of the 4 provinces of Ireland, and was the heart of the Gaelic world. Today, Ulster holds the greatest population of Protestants and loyalists to the crown after the country of Ireland was adopted into the United Kingdom in 1801. Ulster was previously a region of importance to Irish sovereignty, it being the seat of power from where one of 5 king above kings would rule. Belfast is the largest city in the region on the border of counties Antrim and Down, a significant centre of populace in Ireland as a whole.
Relatively recent city historically at this point.
Yeah.
all the other cities in Ireland are Viking cities.
Exactly. Munster. Southern province of Ireland's 4 regions, Munster was where the most of St. Patrick's work bringing Christianity to Ireland took place. With this and several cities, Cork and Waterford among them, founded by Viking settlers, Munster has long had a tradition of transformative visitations. Not the least of these being the colonization of the region by the English in the 16th century, a most significant venture by the Crown.
And if anyone's interested, Patrick is historically just up in Ulster, but his conversion of Munster is an important part of hagiography, which develops later on.
Yep. The easternmost province of Ireland, Leinster, was home to many Celtic tribes, most notably the Lion, to which the province owes its name. This region had a collection of small kingdoms and dynasties, with the Hill of Tara in particular, located in Meath, holding significant spiritual and political power as the seat of the High Kings of Ireland. Vikings made their arrival to Ireland about the mid-9th century and transitioned from raiding to settling, with Dublin being their most significant settlement, serving as a major trade centre and later becoming a Norse Gaelic kingdom. This would not last, as the Vikings were later driven out by native Irish rulers. Technically, kind of, sort of, I guess, they're referring to...
It's definitely what they would think at this point in time.
That's fair.
It's also definitely wrong, but
it's
sure.
Wrong, but, you know, that's fine and good. But they're referring to the Battle of Clontarf in 1014, when they're referring to that battle where Brian Boru gets killed.
Yep.
And somehow the Vikings still lose.
Yeah.
All due respect to Irish history and our professions, but I do think it would be super hilarious if they sprung the most off-the-wall nonsense Irish history claim specifically to trip you guys up. Oh, this is coming for us with a shotgun. I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
That this game is coming for us.
I mean, they threw that tsunami in. And that tsunami, I was like, oh, I don't know about that. It happened after 1500, so Emmett doesn't know about it.
Yeah, understandable, honestly. Leinster has seen a long range of territorial battles, ranging from the arrival of the Anglo-Normans in the late 12th century, leading to the broader invasion of English forces, to a Gaelic resurgence in the Middle Ages, followed by the Tudors solidifying English control over Ireland by the 16th century. More recently, the Cromwellian conquest landed in Dublin with 12,000 troops and traveled north to begin an assault that will be later known as the Siege of Drogheda. Surviving rebels being transported to the overcrowded jail of Dundalk, where they would be left to starve and die. This would only be the beginning of Oliver's devastating campaign on Irish soil. World mythology. Heavily on the classics and Egypt. Correct. When you say world mythology, you do in fact mean Greek, Egyptian, and maybe Norse. Oh, there's the Veil. There are times and places where the veil, yada yada yada. Yada yada yada. The fate of the gods. Uh-oh.
Let's see what they think about this.
The Battle of Teltu was a fierce battle fought between the Tuatha Dé and the Milesians that lasted many days and saw both sides using underhanded tactics. Eventually, after too much loss, a truce was agreed and it was reached, and it was agreed that the land would be split evenly between both parties. To show their goodwill, the gods let the Milesians choose their half first, but the Milesians picked the time, tricked the gods, for when it was their time to pick, they picked the top half. The gods, true to their word, accepted the deal and moved underground to Tir na Nog, part of the other world, to live with the Fae. Oh boy! So,
yeah, I'll correct this when we get to the end.
Did they do it on purpose, the crows? No. Did they do it? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
do you want me to see what they say about Tir na Nog first?
Yeah, I would, because yeah, Tir na Nog isn't really a common concept at the point this text is being written. I mean, this text is being written, this story set.
I can't find anything. It looks like any books have been taken away. I should ask around for more information.
So, modernly, in the Irish school system, the legendary material has primarily been removed from the education system. However, it is very common for people to still learn the story of Oisin and Niamh. This is a very straightforward story. We've probably just not been allowed to access it because I bet it's going to give away actually a bit of the plot about what's going on. But the basic of Oisin and Niamh is Finn McCool's son Oisin is interesting that it was a lock that that
Right,
painting.
if I weren't at a 10:59 now, so I'm like one thing away from getting a clock, I want to look at this.
But this guy Oshin is carried away by a supernatural woman named Neve. He goes to a place called Tirnanog, land of the young, and he eventually comes back. And there's time dilation issues, and it's one of the stories that popularizes the idea that in modern material that going to fairyland has time issues, which we see, in modern fiction quite frequently. The challenge is the story of Tirnanog and the story of Neve and Oshin is like a post-American Civil War. Like it's a poem.
Oh, wait,
we
so
know
it's
the guy who composed it.
New in the time period.
Yeah, it's like really new.
Like new.
Yeah. The term that they're probably looking for is the other world. Now, obviously, this is awkward because you want an Irish term, but medieval Ireland and earlier Ireland did not seem fit to designate a name for this place. It's kind of just like the Upside Down from Stranger Things, except not spooky. Well, it's spooky, but in like a bad LSD trip kind of spooky, not like Spirit Halloween kind of spooky.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, also the Milesians did not make a weird tricky deal. They just kicked the shit out of this was done and won. It wasn't like maybe we did humanity deceive the gods. No, humanity killed most of them.
That does seem like the sort of thing 19th century retellings, right? Moralist retellings would love to do, right? I mean, not to refer to my recently acquired books up on that shelf again, but to do it again, right? The person who, right, most of the Greek mythology stories that are being referenced are turned from being, text referenced in various classical traditions into fables by Nathaniel Hawthorne, which is where they're getting incorporated into this. So 19th century American author Nathaniel Hawthorne is doing a lot of manipulation of classical mythic texts in order to make them into moralizing fables. Hans Christian Andersen stories also are often explicitly moralizing. And so turning, we kicked the shit out of them and as the conquerors took over, into we made a deal and tricked the pagan supernaturals feels very in line with those shifts.
Yeah, it's also a very common thing you see modernly. I've done some research on modern attempts to de-paganize, inverted commas, de-Christianize is the way to put it, the Book of Invasions narrative. They shouldn't have this. They shouldn't have had that story yet, by the way. The whole Milesian thing. It shouldn't be popularized yet.
Right? That
story
was Book of Invasions, right?
Yeah. It's like mentioned elsewhere, but La Volgabala is like the core. Oh, no, there's a retelling in the work of Geoffrey Keating, which is 17th century, so they would have it through that.
Cool.
But anyways, it's in a lot of the attempts to retell it and to, like, inverted commas, remove the Christian elements, you can't remove the Christian elements. It's like removing all the walls of the house, and like the floor and the roof. Like some of the furniture
you're left with the theoretical concept of a house.
Exactly. But one of the main approaches to this is going like, well, obviously gods can't die, therefore they couldn't have killed the gods. And it's like, well, we've betrayed very much about the origin of our ideas about how religions work if you say gods can't be killed, but whatever. Anyway, sorry, keep going. Keep looking around, Adam. I'll stop monologuing about this.
No. I'm worried that, look, turnip heads, ice sheep, fair gorda, wash.
Yeah, look up the turnip heads. Let's see if they talk about head hunting.
Turnip heads. Towards the end of October, with the approach of Halloween, it's not uncommon to see carved lanterns adorning doorsteps and windowsills. In Ireland and Scotland both, there is a long-held tradition of carving a face into turnips and putting a lit candle inside them. The tradition is thought to stem from the Irish folktale of Stingy Jack, a spirit borrowed from both heaven and hell and forced to walk the earth eternally. Whether this is true or not, these carved turnips are thought to serve a practical purpose. It's thought that on Halloween night, the veil between life and death is thin, and spirits walk to earth with many with ill intent. These turnips are carved into grotesque faces and lit as lanterns to ward off any spirits that would do the living harm.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Now, I will say, one thing that unfortunately, the idea that the entire game is based along the idea that Samhain is making the spirits of the dead more active.
Yeah.
That's unfortunately a thing academics made up in about
Oops.
40 years from when this game is set.
Oops.
Yeah. They're essentially the basic way it goes is actually not only about 10 years from now. Sir James Fraser decides in 1905 discusses All Souls Day, and explains that All Souls Day is a veneration of the dead, which is like, sure. But he really doesn't like the idea that All Souls Day is Christian, and he wants it to be pagan. So he decides that All Souls Day, because it falls on Samhain, kind of, therefore it's a Christianized pagan tradition thing. And it's like, oh, wait, hold on, we've immediately made a dangerous jump here. And he says that always global celebrations of the dead always take place on New Year's. Therefore, Samhain is a cult of the dead celebration taking place on New Year's, which is one of those ones where we're like, there's actually we used to be, as of 12 months ago, we are very sure that Samhain was both of these things, cult of the dead and New Year's. But Ronald Hutton came by last year and just kind of shot that in the back of the head and was like, hey, we made that up, and forgot we made that up. Whoops. Anyways.
Also, New Year's at Harvest? I'm sorry, that just immediately reeks of made up, because that's such a weird time to have. Right, an equinoxial, or I guess like a month and a half after an equinoxial celebration, is just such an odd time to have a New Year.
Yeah, essentially it seems to come from a misreading of, I mentioned a text called Cormac's Glossary earlier. So there's a section in Cormac's Glossary that talks about like months and stuff, and one of them says that this term Fochavar was given to the name of the last month, which is an attempt to translate this by a guy named O'Donovan, which is a good try for 1847. Sir John Rees came along and translated it again and said, that makes sense, and this is probably evidence. This is the whatever has happening in autumn is the beginning. It's the last month in the sense of it's the last month of the calendar. Something in autumn is the last month of the calendar. Unfortunately, the actual translation is Fogavar is the name of the last month in autumn. Not the last month. The last month is in. Not the last month is in autumn, but it's the last month in autumn.
Of autumn. Which means that.
And this is where we lead to this. Yeah, and this is kind of the root of all this confusion that leads into James Fraser doing this stuff. Yeah.
And yeah, is James Fraser like Golden Bough guy? Or
I think so. Fraser? Yeah. I think it's Sir James Fraser, so I'm pretty sure it's Golden Bough guy.
Incredible. Rosh Hashanah is a New Year. Fair enough. Right. As people are correcting me on, there are some Levantine traditions, Bronze Age Syriac and Jewish, that and then diasporas from there that say harvest is New Year's. And fair enough, fair play. In a Northern European context with such extraordinarily extreme seasons, and also such heavy percolation by Roman calendars, it would be real odd to see, not spring as New Year. Like, real weird. Given that the Roman New Year's is March 1st. Which, by the way, if you're ever wondering why October is the 10th month, but its name means the 8th month, it's because the year started on March 1st. It has nothing to do with Caesar inserting a month. He renamed a month that existed. It's just the year is 2 months later. And it fixes all of the problems.
Yeah, that's what they say about Aishida.
Yeah.
People of the Mound, yeah.
Covers all entities that come from the other world. This covers the Fae folk, the old gods, and any of the other range of creatures from that place. Some ghosts are also included as the other world encompasses the Irish land of the dead. The Fae themselves range in power from godlike legendary figures to the highest, more thought to commonly occur around the landscape, often looking to cause mischief or harm, such as to invite their intention is considered bad luck. The nature of the Fae, as with humanities, varies by instance, but an estimate can be made by the type of the Fae in question. It is the 19th. It's the 19th century. It's the 19th century. It's the 19th century. This is
I mean,
fine.
my,
It's the
my, my
19th
immediate thought
century.
is like that's a weird capitulation variation, like that the Fae and the Fae they change. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine for the 19th century. I will say that no, do they know this yet? There are a bunch of texts that distinguish that say the Tuatha De Danann are the like upper class of this population group of the people of the other world, and the Aishida are the lower class. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's the last thing very correct. Is the best way to deal with these people is just don't interface with them. Do opt out of it if you can.
Oh yeah, no, just let them be.
This next one is going to be really interesting what they say about this.
The Fergor that literally meant hunger is a type of apparition that's linked to the Great Famine. Though there are alternate accounts that consider to be known of further famines. Taking the form of a starving person, the Fergorta is a spirit of hunger who will follow people to ask for food. Should they catch its prey, it will not hesitate to consume them to satisfy its hunger. Always unsuccessful in quenching its hunger, it then seeks out a new victim. Whoops. The washerwoman, or the Be'anich, is an instance of the other world providing unwelcome news without exhibiting aggression or violence. The apparition is said to appear before battle, where she will be seen washing the bloody armor of those to die as if they're already dead. It says she appears at battlegrounds as she feeds off a grief, perhaps the why she shows vision of those to die. This is literally just the Morrigan, right?
Yeah.
The specific
and then a few
washing
other
the
texts.
battle is that Cuchulainn?
Is it Cuchulainn? It. I don't think she's. Is she doing that? Do I have my copies here or are they in the office? I think they're in the office. Can't remember precisely if she encounters. No, he encounters her milking a cow in the time. But there is a later, I think a 12th century text or a 14th century text where the Morrigan is doing this. Washing a king's armor. It's one of the ones where she's also identified as like one of the Furies.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of standard the Morrigan behavior.
Understood. To the layperson, not much is known about the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, henceforth just the Golden Dawn. It is a secret magical society founded in England, though it is rumored to have further branches. By rumored, I mean definitively. Reportedly, the Golden Dawn's focus is on divine magic and spiritual development, though the specifics of this are unknown. Despite the Golden Dawn's enigmatic nature, its members may be recognized by its symbol, a Latin cross with a roseate center and a pentagram and several alchemical symbols on each arm. Not even a mention of Aleister Crowley. Tragic. Originally a type of card deck used for various Italian games, the tarot card was later adopted by the French for use in divination or cartomancy. This being a publication unconcerned with such mundane issues as card games, it will disregard the traditional use for its magical cousin. A tarot deck consists of 78 cards and 2 arcana, the 21 major arcana being face cards, and the minor arcana being suits. The minor arcana is divided into the 4 suits and consists of cards with numbers 1 to 10 and 4 court cards. Each major arcana has a specific meaning, as is every suit in its cards are in, and every card has another meaning again if drawn in the reverse position. Tarot cards are to be drawn one by one in formation and with consideration of their individual meaning and their position in the draw. They are typically consulted in matters of love and fortune, but can be asked a great many things and in general are favored for their versatility. It's a fine summary. There's a lot of nuance in there that's not covered, but like it's a fine summary. A seance is a ritual used to speak. Oh, Crowley's not even part of it yet. Tragic. I just want more people to know that he was the worst. TM. Because it's funny. A seance is a ritual used to speak with the dead, typically hosted by a spirit medium, but attended and aided by guests. Spirit is called upon by the medium and asked questions. It will answer them through physical means, such as moving a glass on a board, through audible means, such as knocking, or if one is so lucky, by the possession of one of those at the table. In this case, the spirit is frequently able to articulate itself better, although some may find it to be a distressing sight. Seances are typically used by still living loved ones to speak to those they have lost, or to divine secrets known only to the dead. Ghosts. Much debate over the true nature of ghosts, even their existence, but there are two major prevailing theories. The first is that a ghost is a remnant of a person, a soul that for whatever reason has not passed on. This sort of ghost is typically attributed to the need for some desire of the soul or the person it was to be sated, be it revenge, ambition, or love. In a similar vein, they frequently cling to some object or place of importance, unable to complete whatever business holds them there in their new state. A secondary, less discussed but widely credited theory of the cause of apparitions is the manifestation of emotion or trauma. In this theory, it is thought that human beings are capable of imparting such emotion that it forever affects the location that witnesses it. In these cases, it is not the spirit itself that haunts the place, but the event, typically a harrowing death, imprinting itself upon a space. These theories are not exclusive and could very well exist alongside each other, such as the prevalence of spirits that seems unlikely both are not true. There exists among certain people predisposed to sensing and invoking the ebb and flow of the spiritual world, and instead, since these people, often called mystics, as indeed I will refer to them here, possess a unique capability. They are able to sense the supernatural and otherworldly, and in so doing provide means of communication without often using themselves as the go-between. This is most commonly achieved by invoking a trance or otherwise altered state through spell, prayer, or ritual, and inviting a spirit, a higher power, or a designate from another world to speak through them. Thank you. Copies of the Bible sit here with core texts of other faiths. It is interesting to see this so openly displayed. To some, this would be blasphemous. Samhain, approximately pronounced Samhain, is a Gaelic festival tradition occurring on the 1st of November, towards the end of the harvest season at the beginning of winter. Believed to be born of pagan tradition, the festival represents a time in the year where the boundaries between the mundane world and the other world would weaken, and as such many traditions associated with the festival are thought to be protective, to ward away the spirits that otherwise broach the boundary and cause the living harm. During this time, spirits were to be appeased with offerings of food and drink so that they would leave the living in peace throughout the rest of the year. Yeah. Honestly,
that might be more common
April
stuff.
30th and June 21st are much more fun, quote-unquote, weak points with lots of ghouls and ghasts around.
The opposite of Samhain, Beltana, on the cross-quarter days, Beltana, which is the 1st of August, also has folkloric associations with similar, like, that it's a time where it's particularly dangerous for young women to be alone, least they be grabbed by the other world. So there's some theorizing that maybe Samhain and Beltana are the kind of like two ends of a similar phenomenon, and the other two are seem to be Imbolc and Lunasa seem to be doing something different, but okay. Those two at least seem to have there's something weird going on with the supernatural world.
Huh. Good to know. But yeah, right. The ones I'm thinking of are Walpurgisnacht in Central Europe and St. John's Eve, literally everywhere.
Yeah.
St. John's Eve is so spooky. There's so many things around. It's kind of a problem, actually. Like, what are you supposed to do? Pagan sacred sites. Well, much of the knowledge of sites of religious significance to the pre-Christian pagans has been lost. There are several that have been identified across the country. Stone circles, apparently constructed for ritual purposes, abound, and burial sites such as those found in Newgrange suggest a reverence for the movements of the heavens. Some old sacred sites seem to have been co-opted into modern tradition, as there remains a tradition of lone oak trees being best left undisturbed, so as not to upset otherworldly spirits. A superstition which does not hold the same prevalence and longevity in other parts of the United Kingdom. Oak
remember
trees.
When we first knew.
Oak trees, my beloved.
Oh.
Martin
That's just Pliny the Elder.
Exactly.
Ignore that.
Pliny the Elder, with evidence of Imran Sul, Charlemagne's destruction, and Martin of Tours riffing off Pliny the Elder.
Well,
all of those are specifically oak.
Yeah. I think it's very recent that people. Did they know that Newgrange was aligned at this point? Newgrange hadn't been excavated yet. Like,
oh wow!
I'll post the picture into the chat. But like, Newgrange still looked like this at this point. Like it would look like that for the next 20 years.
Well, we can. There's no point in making it wait on whether chat clicks on it when I have the power.
I just pull it up. Nice.
It's not looking so hot. I'm gonna be real.
No, like it looks beautiful modernly because it was intentionally restored, pretty well. But I don't know if the people in this time period knew about the alignments.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, I guess I should see whose schedule is here to take us into the new hour. Oh?
They may have learned about it within the last, like, 5 years. Maybe.
Cutting edge. I love it.
Yeah.
Notice we missed Quinn's schedule. I made a note of her movements in my timetable. It is 11 o'clock. Ah! Hello. I was just gonna look at what you were looking at. I'm nosy like that. Don't mind me. Drawing up an unusually detailed lock. I wonder if this is a real lock from somewhere. God damn it. Looks like a magpie. I know, valuable use of my minutes.
Key lock time.
Right, what is this coding? Hourglass heart, brain, magpie lock. It's after 2 and while you have tomorrow if you had a busy weekend. Wolfie, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Multiple scars, as though she suffered several different accidents and injuries. A brooch, a striking brooch worn around the collar. And a pen, its varnish is worn around the grip. She uses it often and probably for long periods of time. I can look up Cromwell. You're so right. I can look up Cromwell. Really? Cromwell is not in Irish history. Okay. Fine. Instrumental in the execution of Charles I and the brief period in which English became a commonwealth in the 1600s. Even in his homeland, Cromwell was a controversial figure and infamous for his ban on the celebration of Christmas among many such joyful activities, as they were thought to distract from the worship of God. While widely disliked in England, his legacy in Ireland is significantly darker and more bloody. In what became known as the Cromwellian conquest, Cromwell led what amounted to a massacre across Ireland in the form of a conquest. He spared no quarter, going so far as to order the deaths of even those who had sheltered in churches, as in the siege of Drogda. Yippee! Hello.
If you'd hold a moment, I'm just looking for something.
Are you alright, miss?
Fine. Just looking for a book. I know I had it just a few days ago, but now it's nowhere to be found. Without it, damn it! I'm at a dead end. Would you tell me if you see it? It's a book on local land records from late last century. It has to be around here somewhere, unless another guest has taken it.
I'll see what I can do.
Summaries versus direct. Probably summaries versus direct passages from the book.
I'll see what
Damn it, I was hoping you'd tell me what I could... if I could get something in. What are you researching? We'll get back to it eventually. I'm not moving it. Okay? She's definitely researching something, and that is a very well-stocked library, so... Well. You're still so spooky.
That's a different Green Man design than we saw last time.
Yeah, because the other one's over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. What's going on in this time slot? Do I have any idea? No, I do not. Heck. Well. Drawing room. Another person. Beatrix Blake. The West Tower. Have we been into the West Tower?
I don't
think
think
we've only
so.
done the East Tower, haven't we?
Yeah.
But you know, if the East Tower was anything to go by, the West Tower is bad news bears. Ugh. Okay, significantly less spooky, but the door is locked. Look, an angel statue being down there is wildly creepier. Like, I'm not okay with it. Well, let's go into the drawing room. Which, this should be where Bridge was. So maybe we can, maybe there's someone in here where we can figure out what, oh.
Welcome, all of you, to my home.
Oh.
I am Jonathan Blake, the Marquess of Doon, Lord of this manor, and all the land that can be seen from it. I've been asked to speak with you about the house and its history, which dates back to 1652.
I take these. I take these. Did I intend to this? No. Am I mad about it? Also no. Stay and listen 31 minutes.
My ancestor, Edward Blake, was granted this land in the winter of 1651. The following summer, work began on the castle that, in turn, became this manor. The building has been expanded many times over since then, and you would be hard-pressed to tell the original building and the additions apart.
Uh-huh.
But the main compound is roughly expanded to 5 times its original size. This is not counting the basement, which was added in the late 1700s.
Now, I love me some architectural history.
Of course, the Great Famine was hard on much of Ireland, and we were no exception. Those were hard years on the land and our family.
He sounds super evil.
I kind of doubt
right?
you guys suffered.
Much of the estate and made some daring investments across Europe.
Suffered, you know.
Yeah.
Saw an opportunity and made a bad gamble on some money, rather than actually, you know, starve to death in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
They did not pay off.
Exactly.
And so, when I was of age and title, I turned the manor into a hotel. What remains of the land is still farmed or forested, of course. You, sir, a question.
Thank you, Marquess. Not to turn things gruesome, but is it true what they say about the walled-up rooms?
No. Totally not. What? Who would say that?
Spending too much time digging around in our library, eh, Mr. Scarrett? Certainly, it is rumored that Percival Blake bricked away 2 young lovers for angering him. Set across from one another, so they could hear each other's final days.
Mm-hmm.
That said, no such chambers were found, nor records of work being done that matched the timing.
Uh-huh.
It is true that a young couple did indeed vanish with no record.
Yeah,
but
game.
that wasn't uncommon for
I appreciate the intention, but we did kind of already get there. You know?
Over the years, some staff, and yes, even guests, have reported hearing sobs from a young woman in the east of the manor. But given the lack of evidence, these are likely flights of fancy.
That's Egyptian Arabic? Yeah, I want to talk with her. Real bad, real soon.
As such, we continue to display a portrait of Percival Blake. That said, I did have it moved from the main halls on the staff's request. Now it is in one of the towers, though I can't recall which.
Thanks.
Oh, it's in the same tower that they were locked up in. That's
correct.
Suspicious.
Thank you, Marquis. Any more tragic deaths to share?
All death is tragic, Mrs. Darcy. I'm not sure this place has any more tragedy than any other family in this land.
I don't think that's quite true.
Then why all the ghost stories? I don't think we all gathered here for no reason.
That's perhaps a better question for Miss Mantovani.
Well.
No more questions? I shall take my leave.
Okay. Thanks. Glad you exist. Oh, there's all sorts of folks here. Oh, goodness gracious. Ooh, records. Perhaps this one marked music for the confusion of sleep would be of use to me. Hi, buddy. If it's not obvious from me looking down, Winter is being very gentleman.
Lovely cat.
Look at this boy.
Oh, flee. Escape.
He does not like being picked up. He is slowly tolerating it for a few seconds. Well, there's a lot of folks we have not talked to at all yet in here, huh? Huh. Anything on the backside of the chalkboard? Nope. Analyze. Okay, so, you didn't show up till after the disappearance, so... Deathly pallor, he does not look well. No, he does not. His Resurrectix looks different to any I've seen. A Bible, but not one that I recognize.
Oh, Stigmata.
Huh.
Or, maybe not. Never mind.
Right, it did look like a Stigmata, I super agree. Cross in the Celtic style.
Huh, okay. So the game, our character knows what a Celtic cross is. I'm not understanding why he thinks some of these Celtic crosses are wrong.
I think it's the holes in them.
Yeah.
I wrote the strange attachment on the front of the engraving that says Spirit Lens. Yeah, Winter, that's my foot. Hi. Yes. I understand that you want things, but like I'm doing stuff. And oh, Natalie, thank you for the follow just now. Welcome on in. I'll offer you another cat. Give him to me. Oh, he's backing up when I try and actually scoop him. He knows my plots. He knows my plans. Tragic. This is tragic information. Oh. Why would examining the priest have unlocked canopic jars in the library? That's a good question. And Mr. Scarrett, who looks to be approximately 8 million years old too. Mysterious crest. He's wearing a crest present desk necktie, but I do not recognize it. He's not leaning on it, it's just for show. Is it a matter of fashion, or does he have some other reason? Oh, there's a sword inside it.
Yeah.
Yeah! There's a strong smell of cigars on the man's breath, and his mustache is stained with them. Sword cane, sword cane, sword cane, sword cane. If it's not a sword cane, I'm going to be so sad. Did I never analyze you? Well, we'll have to do this. She does not seem impressed with something. The event, the attendees, or perhaps me? Oh, an intricate brooch, perhaps representing something, and less dainty than one would expect such a lady to wear. Again, it's Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Evidence of a ring worn for a long time, and since removed. So I think it's safe to say that she knows that... she knows that Evelyn was having an affair with her husband, and she is getting super divorced. As she should. You know? Hi, Mr. the Priest.
Yes, my child.
Why are you 18 million years old?
I just want...
Very... you want my name? Of course.
Good to meet you.
I am sure.
I'm surprised to see a Catholic priest at a seance.
Is that so? Worried for my eternal soul, are you? That I should attend something so blasphemous?
I'm scooping you. You can't escape. Look at him. Look. I see I've made a mistake. His lungs are too up because
Worry not, dear child. The church keeps an eye on all such things. It is good for us to know what secrets these events uncover.
Man,
what secrets these
no, there's a cat print on my glasses. I made a terrible mistake. Well, I guess. We need to be very careful with our time. The first night you saw an angel flying towards the sun but never reaching it. I could not see its face, but I knew it to be weeping. Others who have been here for long confide their own uneasy nights since coming to this place. Long corridors, sigil-bound entryways, and feelings of being trapped. A great sorrow is contained here. Centuries of pain. If only it could be released, eh? Okay, but like that's clearly a pattern then. There's a lot of things here. The Bible. I recognize your Bible. What translation is it? It is an uncommon translation I picked up on my travels. What's the focus of your edition? Its focus? Are those with the eyes to see it shows all. I would not think too hard about it. This man is doing giga blast.
This guy's a heretic.
This guy's such a heretic. Holy shit! I've never seen such a more obvious heretic. Please let it be Gnostic. How weird could we get? Arcanist? Arcanist, you know better than I would. How heretical? Scale of 1 to, Arianism. Was there even an approved translation of the Latin Bible at this time? Yeah. So there were so many. It's the 1890s. Like I think it were actually, I mean, for the Catholics, we're probably using the King James Bible, right?
Oh yeah, that's a great observation, Arcanist. It's totally going to be like weird Celtic Christianity stuff. No, which does not exist. But at this time period, people probably were thinking it did. This is where you get like the idea that that druids were like the original Old Testament patriarchs and blah 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 blah, stuff like that.
Scale of 1 to what's your face attacking with the crucifix Greystone. How dare you remind me of this, space nerd? How in our spooky season, you dare to bring up Wrath of the Druids?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Huh.
What? How dare you? Your Crossfather, it has an extra element. Wait. What? Huh?
What? No, that's the simple one. What?
Wait,
are we gonna have a weird take on it though?
That's not better. That doesn't make it better, space nerd. You should still feel bad about it. It depicts the everlasting life of the immortal soul and represents my own personal flavor of beliefs.
Yeah, we have So if anyone wants to know, that's not what the circle means. What does the circle mean, Emma? We don't know, but it doesn't mean that.
Phenomenal. Forgive my prying, father, but you look like you've been through the wars. My scars, yes, I was a missionary in my youth. Foolish enough to think I could bring enlightenment to the masses through word instead of deeds. Anywhere exotic? Many places, Mr. Ward. Crimea? What do you think
Yeah,
the odds
right.
are? What do you think the odds are that we're either looking at Africa or Crimea?
Probably say Africa. If I had to make a bet on it, because the no, the English.
Only the darkest parts of the map that need their eyes opened. It is as hard to save a soul here in Ireland as anywhere else. Further away from the dark does not mean closer to the
Huh.
Oof.
Don't like that.
I'm gonna give that one whole oof. Okay, you look like you're about to die. You look under the... I perhaps spent too much time indoors in the... Necromantic Underground. Arcanist. If you got it in one, I'm gonna be so mad. I mean, I'll be impressed, but, like, I'll be mad. Okay, so I don't know what will persuade him to not do things. Like, I have no leads on him.
Well,
I know my wizards. Getting advice that we should investigate the basement. Uh-huh.
Terrible. Really ruined my morning walk. Still, we're safe enough from it in here. Where are my manners? I'm Michael Skerritt.
Yeah, I knew you were a Londoner.
And you mark my words, young man. That's a name everyone will remember by the...
Declan Ward.
Alright, who is this? May I ask what the crest on your necktie represents? Ah, I would love to, Master Ward, but that would rather defeat its purpose. I'm afraid I must leave you in the dark.
Okay, one of the secret societies.
Yep. Arcanist. You got... If no one's got me, I know you got me. You recognize it? It's a very handsome cane you have there. Well, I thank you. I'm rather fond of it. I'm not so frail to need it, but I would have been partial to the effect a nice cane provides a good suit. It's made up. Damn it.
Okay.
Strange dreams? The strange thing is that I can walk properly in them. But yes, I do dream that I am walking these passageways, seeking, well, what I am seeking doesn't matter to you. But there are doors, magical doors. I cannot figure out how to pass them, so I am trapped until I wake, which feels as if it takes time I do not have. Yeah. Whether I could revisit and explore the dream itself. Are we going to do a Jungian psychoanalysis, even though Freud and Jung are not publishing yet? Could we do a Jungian psychoanalysis?
Good day.
Good.
Please.
Oh, a new face. You're a little late, but you have...
My name is
Doctor, as it happens. Dr. Rory Callahan. Very pleased to meet you too.
What kind of doctor?
Doctor of spooky shit.
Yeah.
I think that's what that is.
And yes, before you ask, I am related to Thea Callahan, her nephew and apprentice. But I've taken what she's taught me and improved it through the application of science.
Yeah.
And this weekend, I will prove the value of my approach.
How so? Camera, I believe. Good eye, Mr. Ryan. I'm partially wrong. It's a camera, yes, but I'm modified to work as a spirit camera. Well, I'm modified to work better as one. Any camera in the right circumstances can capture a spirit, of course. Any camera in the right circumstances can fool Arthur Conan Doyle. But my lens filters the image through complex geometry made of peridot, selenite, black tourmaline, labradorite, lapis lazuli, and clear quartz stone. That was a lot of semi-precious stones. Wow. I thought what better place to really put this device to the test than here. These holes in there say the people here are likely crawling with spirits. Set up a dark room in my quarters so I can quickly develop images. Do you care for a picture? Surely we have 15 minutes. Surely.
Now, are you ready? Comfortable?
Yes, I think I am.
Then
There's more
sit
boots
still
in this room.
And look at the camera.
Off to
There
the
are boots in
left-hand
this
side.
room. Yeah,
I feel
I
like
see
this
'em.
is a clue. Yeah.
And we're done.
Don't kick me out, don't kick me out, don't kick me out. I just want to look at your boots. Cool. That's not
Please,
a...
Doctor. If you mean to make a fool of me, you have gone too far.
This is no prank. Whoever that spirit is.
Presumably that's Eamon.
My brother. Eamon.
Eamon is with you, in a way. I should be clear. You are Catholic, yes? This is not to say that your brother isn't in heaven. Perhaps a way to explain it is to think of him as a guardian angel. But in truth,
That is theologically dodgy, but sure.
At Miss McLeod.
Look, theologically dodgy is so
It's not
accurate
that
to the
there
19th
is no
century.
loss in her life. So why? Nobody has been able to really explain things like this. That is why this event and Miss Mantovani's promises draw so many. Here. Take a copy.
Well...
And with it, take solace that your brother is watching over you.
Thank you, Doctor. This means a lot to me. I can see why you champion these newer ways.
Dr. Callaghan doesn't seem concerned that Eamon is watching over me. Is he watching over me or is he haunting me? Would Dr. Callaghan be so sure Eamon was a guardian angel if he knew what had happened? And it is now noon. Right, remarkably fast development. Yeah. It would depend on exactly what thing they're using. We're not... Like, I mean, we're not that far over. When was this yeah. Right? We're not that far away from portable cameras with fast development times. So, you know, not to refer to my shelf, but to refer to my shelf, you can't see it with the cropping. But I have a Kodak Brownie on the shelf. I have a later period Kodak Brownie. This guy right here, Kodak Brownie Junior 620. This is from 1930, but the original Kodak Brownie is introduced in 1900, so only 3 years after the events of this game. And it was cheap and fast to develop Kodak Brownie film. So, 15 minutes fast, probably still a bit of an exaggeration. But photography is making huge strides in the affordability and speed of development.
With us starting a new hour in game, I might need to slip off here in a little bit.
Understand. It's about time for, like, I literally just want to look at these boots.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Medium-sized brown boots. You're,
Yeah.
You're not doing yourself many favors, man. But yes, we are generally at, like, what, 6 hours, over 6 hours. So I do think this is probably a good time. Paper under the record in the dresser. Yeah, but he's in here. He's in here, which means we just need to flag that for a little bit later. We need to be careful. Like, it would be bad if we went in and we just full sent it. So, yeah. I think this is a great spot to wrap up. If folks want to see more of this, I am more than happy to stream more of this, though there's a lot of other projects starting up here real soon. But regardless, Emmett, thank you so much for coming in, hanging out. It's been real lovely.
Always happy to come out for Irish stuff. This is a very impressive game.
There's a lot to like here. I'm gonna be so real.
Yeah, I'm gonna force a bunch of my friends to play this.
Incredible.
Yeah, I'm also gonna look up. I want to look up more about the people who made this.
Yeah,
very.
I wanna poke at it with a stick a little bit, and see what we can find out. You like the stream? Good. There's a lot to talk about, and you know, any of these games that are doing like detective games make such a good fodder for historical analysis because there's just so much going on there. That's very methodologically related and gives us an excuse to reference a bunch of things. So, yeah, it looks like that does it for us here, so I will roll the credits here, which I definitely remembered to pull up. Totally, yep, I'm professional streamer, who did the, yeah, totally. Give me just a sec here. Whenever we can fit in another stream, would love to see more. Phenomenal. We will figure out a time then, and we will look at doing more of this, yeah?
Yeah, it's really neat.
Yeah. So, we will roll the credits, and we will get on our way. So thank you all so much for tuning in, both on YouTube and Twitch. And I will see everyone tomorrow for the finale of Hollow Knight Silksong. I promise, you know, I've been calling it a historical exploration. We're going to actually talk about why it's a bad history game. Because I think it is. I think that's worth talking about. Like, why I failed so much. Because, yeah. So, that does it for us here. So, we'll see you later. Bye-bye. And of course, thanks to everyone on the side of the screen. There are patrons who make this all possible. And thanks to O'Natalie, Sidolphus282, Near Twice for the follows. And the subs and gifted subs to Mass7077, Alio, Nord, Sacerdos95, and Arcanus72. Thank you also, Sidolphus, for the raid. It was lovely to see you. Hopefully we will see you again soon. Alright, bye-bye. Awesome. That does it. We are now offline.